Bom dia, pessoal, sejam todos bem-vindos a mais uma transmissão em nosso canal PTV, trazendo para vocês então a nossa primeira transmissão direto da Estação Espacial Internacional, né, com a caminhada espacial, né, de número 88, onde então vamos ver os astronautas Steve Bowen e Warren Hoburg, né, então eles vão continuar fazendo a instalação do último par do painel solar iROSA, né, que é o painel de nome então Rollout Solar Array, né, na Estação Espacial Internacional. Lembrando que esta missão então tem mais ou menos aí duração de em torno de 6 horas de duração, né, de acordo com as últimas missões que nós tivemos. E a saída deles, né, da Estação Espacial deve acontecer aí por volta das 9h55 da manhã, né, para começar então a fazer o trabalho de instalação deste painel solar, né? Lembrando que esse painel solar chegou aí na Estação Espacial através então da missão CRS 28, né, que a gente acompanhou ao vivo, né, o lançamento e a chegada deles também dessa missão de carga, né, CRS 28 na Estação Espacial Internacional. E lembrando que amanhã, dia 16, nós vamos acompanhar aí na parte da noite, a partir das 6 horas, a última missão, né, o último voo do Ariane 5, né? Então já estamos ao vivo aí, então direto da Houston, né, no centro de controle então da Estação Espacial Internacional, onde vamos acompanhar então todo o movimento, toda a movimentação externa aí, então da Estação Espacial Internacional. Lembrando que essa é a nossa primeira transmissão. E estamos fazendo então nesse sentido aí de mostrar para vocês também toda a parte da caminhada espacial. A gente vai mostrar as outras, né, que viram por aí também, né, tanto do lado russo também, que será previsto para o dia 21, né, o lado russo. Então, o Steve Bowen e o astronauta Warren Hoburg, né, conhecido como Wood, então eles vão terminar de fazer a instalação então do iROSA, né, o painel solar iROSA. Lembrando que a saída deles, né, está previsto aí às 9h55, né, a saída deles para o lado de fora da estação. Né? Nesse momento estamos aí nesse período de blackout de vídeo, né, de comunicação em vídeo, via rádio.
The new solar arrays are 60 feet long by 20 feet wide and will shade a little more than half of the original.
Então lembrando que esse painel solar aí, né, tem em torno de quase 20 metros de comprimento para 6 de largura. Né, e esse painel solar então vai adicionar aí mais energia para mais captação de energia para a Estação Espacial Internacional. Lembrando que esse painel solar iROSA, né, foi desenvolvido então pelo Canadá, né, e foi levado então pela missão de carga CRS 28. Estamos aguardando então a volta do vídeo, né, contato de vídeo. Aí, portanto, estão eles, né, já vestidos, né, o Steve Bowen e o Wood, né, já estão aí já prontos, né, vestido então já os seus trajes, né, já os trajes espaciais já vestidos aí, né, e estão aguardando apenas a liberação para a saída então para continuar aí a instalação, né, do painel solar iROSA.
And Steve Bowen, he's on the right or the lower portion of your screen, and he is in this unmarked suit. And again, they are preparing right
Então,
now
lembrando que
for
esta missão aí
their
deve
exit
levar em torno de
of that
6
aircraft a little later
horas
this
de
morning.
duração, né? A instalação então desse painel solar.
Houston, airlock for the MEDOX serial numbers, we've got 20 and 22.
Então, estamos fazendo então esta nossa primeira transmissão aí no nosso canal. Com a caminhada espacial agora também. Lembrando que para esta missão, então, para esse tipo de transmissão aí, então, da caminhada espacial, o chat por enquanto ficará desativado.
This spacewalk will be the second spacewalk of Hoburg's career, completing his first just a week ago. And this will be the 10th for
É
Bowen.
importante,
This
né, um
will tie
pouquinho do
Bowen
histórico
with
de cada um,
Michael,
né? O
Delegria,
Hoburg,
Benken,
Hoburg
Whitson, and
é
Chris
a segunda
Cassidy for
caminhada
most
espacial que ele irá
spacewalks by
fazer
a
hoje.
US astronaut.
E o Steve Bowen,
Bowen has
então,
accumulated 60
é a
hours
10ª
and
caminhada
22 minutes
espacial
of
que ele está
spacewalking time
realizando.
in his previous 9 EVAs.
Então, lembrando que a instalação, então, né, do painel solar
This is going
iROSA.
to be the 6th spacewalk for Expedition 69 and the 8th spacewalk of 2023.
Houston, airlock step 21, it is 1134, 1134.
We copy 1134.
Então, só lembrando também, mais uma vez, né, que amanhã, dia 16, nós vamos acompanhar o último voo, então, do Ariane 5, da Ariane Space, a partir das 18 horas.
The duo are suited up and going through some final procedures before they head out the hatch later this morning. Also in the airlock assisting is NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and UAE astronaut Soten Anayati. During today's spacewalk, Hoburg and Bowen will focus on the installation of the iROSA on the S6 truss for the 1B power channel, whose array has some degraded power strings. This will complete the third pair of iROSAs for the station.
Nesse momento eles estão fazendo aí o teste de calibragem da pressurização do traje, né, para ver se está tudo ok. Para que eles possam, então, ter a liberação aí para a saída, né, para poder, então, iniciar o trabalho externo.
And Houston, airlock, good lift check on both EMUs.
Houston copies, good leak check.
The spacewalking duo arrived to the station, a part of the Crew 6 mission, NASA SpaceX Crew 6 mission, and they arrived to the station after a launch from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. They launched from Complex 39A, and they arrived to the orbiting laboratory 2 days later, they launched on March 2nd and arrived to the station 2 days later. And along with those duo will also be on station is Expedition 69. Also includes astronaut Frank Rubio from your left. Roscosmos cosmonaut Dmitry Patelin, UAE or United Arab Emirates astronaut Sultan Adiyati. You see your spacewalking duo there in the center. That's Woody Hoburg. And to the right is going to be Stephen Bowen. And beside him, it's going to be Dmitry Patelin of Roscosmos. And to the right of him, it's going to be the commander of the station currently, that's Sergei Prokopiev. You currently see NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and Sultan Adiyati of the United Arab Emirates currently working on a safer. The safer is that portion of the spacesuit that is going to be just in case, in the unlikelihood that the crew member is separated from the International Space Station. That safer is going to give them just enough propulsion to get back to the station.
Nesse momento, então, para quem está chegando agora, né, na nossa transmissão, estamos acompanhando, então, a nossa primeira transmissão ao vivo, né, direto, então, da Estação Espacial Internacional, né, com a primeira caminhada espacial que iremos, então, transmitir, né, que estamos transmitindo ao vivo para vocês. Lembrando que esta caminhada, então, tem como objetivo de terminar, então, de fazer a instalação do painel solar iROSA, né, que chegou à Estação Espacial Internacional através da missão de carga CRS-28. A gente acompanhou também ao vivo. Nesse momento, então, os astronautas Steve Bowen e o Warren Hoburg, né, estão aí se preparando, né, para realizar, então, a saída, né, da estação, para então fazer o trabalho externo. Eles estão fazendo, então, ajeitando o traje, né, para poder realizar, então, o trabalho externo. E esse momento, então, da saída deverá acontecer às 9h55 da manhã, no horário de Brasília, 8h55 no horário do leste. Lembrando que esta missão, então, tem mais ou menos em torno de duração aí de 6 horas de missão, né, de instalação, então, desse painel solar. Esse painel solar, o iROSA, né, é Row of the Solar Array, né, foi desenvolvido então pela equipe canadense, né, pelo Canadá. E ele então tem mais ou menos em torno de 18 metros de comprimento e 6 de largo.
Again, now you see Sultan Adiyati and Frank Rubio working together to install the safer on Woody Hoburg's suit. Again, you can tell the difference between the two spacewalkers by their stripes. Woody Hoburg has the suit with the red stripe, or the EV1, Extravehicular Crew Member 1, and then you see Stephen Bowen.
E lembrando também que amanhã, dia 16, a partir das 18 horas, um pouquinho antes, nós vamos então acompanhar a transmissão do último voo do Ariane 5, voo 261, direto então da Guiana Francesa. E depois a próxima caminhada espacial está prevista para o dia 21 de junho pelo lado russo.
Environmental protection, mobility, and communications for the crew members during their spacewalk today. If you're just joining us, we're bringing you live coverage today of the 8th spacewalk of 2023 and the 265th spacewalk in support of International Space Station Assembly, Maintenance, and Upgrades. So far this morning, NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen have completed pre-breathe, and they are currently getting their safers installed. Once safers are successfully installed, we'll see those two go into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. And there we go. We currently see Sultan Anayati and Frank Rubio helping Woody Hoburg into the crew lock portion of that Quest airlock.
Os astronautas, né, o Steve Bowen já está então pronto, já está se dirigindo lá para a escotilha, né, que liga a parte externa da Estação Espacial Internacional. E nesse momento então o Warren Wood, né, está aí, fazendo então, terminando aí seus preparativos. Lembrando que o horário esperado para a saída deles, né, pro lado externo então da estação, está previsto no horário de Brasília às 9h55 da manhã.
And now we see them begin to put the safer on Stephen Bowen.
Então esse aí é o Stephen Bowen, né? O Woody já está com o uniforme concluído, né? Então esse daí é o Stephen Bowen.
Again, the safer or the simplified aid for EVA rescue is essentially a jetpack that the astronauts wear.
8h49 no horário de Brasília. Estamos acompanhando então a caminhada espacial de número 88 pelo lado americano. A instalação então dos painéis solares, a iROSA.
Again, once the safers are successfully installed, you'll see both of the crew members moved into that crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. And then the hatch will be closed behind them. The final preparations will begin to depressurize the crew lock all the way down to vacuum. They'll then complete suit checks and communication checks with the flight control team here in Houston before venturing outside the hatch this morning.
Lembrando então que sou o único canal aí brasileiro a transmitir para vocês em português também. A caminhada espacial agora, né, a partir de agora. Lembrando que a nossa próxima caminhada espacial será pelo lado russo, prevista então para o dia 21. Oito horas e 50 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos acompanhando então a caminhada espacial de número 88 pelo lado americano, onde estamos acompanhando aí o procedimento de instalação então do painel solar iROSA na Estação Espacial Internacional. Então, lembrando que esta missão vai ter em torno daí de duração de em torno de mais ou menos por volta de 6 horas. E é claro que nós vamos acompanhar todos os movimentos até o final da missão.
Again, if you're just joining us, we are bringing you live coverage today of the 8th spacewalk out of the ISS this year and the 265th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. So far, NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen have completed pre-brief. They've had their safers installed. We have Woody already in the crew lock portion, and we see them finishing up here installation for the safer on Stephen Bowen. Once Stephen has his safer successfully installed, we'll see the duo Frank Rubio, NASA astronaut, and UAE astronaut Sultan Adiyati move Stephen Bowen over into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. Once both spacewalkers are over in the crew lock portion, we'll see that hatch between them closed, and we'll begin procedures for depressurization.
Aí só reforçando também, né, quem vai fazer também a prova do Enem, lembrando que amanhã então termina as inscrições do Enem. Então você tem até 23 horas e 59 minutos para vocês de amanhã para realizar aí a inscrição da prova do Enem 2023. E lembrando que toda segunda tem o nosso programa Segundou com o Enem, a parte de matemática, às 17 horas. Total aí são de 10 vídeos, né? Então na segunda-feira que vem iremos para o vídeo de número 5. Então não percam. Então estamos acompanhando os preparativos finais então do ajuste do traje espacial então do Steve Bowen. Nesse momento então já está tudo ok com o traje. Então agora ele está então se dirigindo à parte em direção então à escotilha externa para então dar a saída na Estação Espacial Internacional. 8 horas e 55 minutos no horário de Brasília.
Again, once both crew members are in a good configuration inside the crew lock portion, we'll see Sultan Al-Ayadi, UAE astronaut, and NASA astronaut Frank Rubio move back, and we'll see them close that hatch. From there, we'll be looking at the depressurization process beginning.
Então, nesse momento, estamos vendo o Frank Rubio, né, fazendo então os preparativos aí para o fechamento da escotilha, né, de dentro da Estação Espacial Internacional, para poder fazer então o procedimento de início de despressurização, né, da escotilha externa, para que os dois astronautas, o Steve Bowen e o Wood, né, ele é conhecido como Wood, né, o outro astronauta, né, o Warren, né, possa então ir para o lado, para a parte de fora então da estação, né, para a parte externa. E aí esse procedimento então de despressurização, né, deve demorar um pouquinho aí, né? E a saída deles então está previsto para acontecer às 9h55 da manhã.
If you're just joining us, we're bringing you live coverage today of the 8th spacewalk of the ISS out of the ISS this year and the 265th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. So far, NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen have completed pre-brief. They had their safers installed, and they are inside the crew lock portion of that Quest airlock. Today's spacewalk will be Woody Hoburg's second and Stephen Bowen's 10th spacewalk. Hoburg is EV1 or extravehicular crew member 1. He's wearing the suit with the red stripes. You'll see his helmet cam once he exits the hatch today. He will be helmet cam number 22. Boeing is designated as EV2 or extravehicular crew member number 2. And he has the suit with no stripes, and he will have helmet cam number 20 today. And right now, you see Frank Rubio, who is looking like he is closing the hatch right now between the crew lock and the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. Alright, again, you're seeing the hatch closure. This is isolating Hoburg and Bowen in the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. Once the crew gets the go from the team in Houston, depressurization of the crew lock will begin. Depressurization will take the crew lock from its current
Aí já podemos
14.7
acompanhar
psi
aí todo
all
o
the way down
procedimento
to
aí
vacuum.
do
Final
fechamento
suit
então das
checks and
cortinas, né,
comm
que
checks
liga
will
a parte
occur,
externa
and then the crew will be given
e da
the go
Estação
to place their
Espacial
suits on internal backup
Internacional.
power,
Estamos aí aguardando então
spacewalk.
o procedimento então do início da despressurização.
And Houston airlock step 76 and 77 completed.
Então nesse momento ele já concluiu o fechamento então da escotilha.
Good morning. And Houston's working on 78, 79, and 80. We'll let you know when they're complete.
Good morning, Nick. Copy regarding 78 through 80.
Estamos aguardando então a despressurização ali da parte interna, então que liga a parte entre a escotilha e a escotilha externa ali, né? A gente vai fazer a despressurização para poder liberar então a saída dos astronautas. 9h02 no horário de Brasília. Estamos acompanhando então a caminhada espacial para a instalação então do painel solar iROSA.
Station Houston, you are now hot mic. Step 80 is complete. We're still working on 78 and 79.
81 copies. Good morning, Nick. 82 copies. Station call.
And you just heard a call from United Arab Emirates astronaut Lieutenant Adiati, and the response from Nick Hague, NASA astronaut Nick Hague, who's Capcom, or the capsule communicator, communicating all the way through pressurization this morning, at which point the ground IV, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons, will take over communications, walking the crew through today's spacewalk. Gibbons was selected by the Canadian Space Agency as one of the 2 members of the 2017 TSA group alongside Joshua Kutrick. And in the room, you'll see Brandon Lloyd, flight director, who will be leading the charge today. And we have lead spacewalk officer Megan Shutika and Miranda Nelson also helping out with today's EVA. You won't hear them, but they'll be working behind the scenes, helping everything run smoothly.
Sultan, want to let you know we're done with step 78, 79. Your go to press in step 81, and when you get to step 84, you are go.
We are go for step 81, and in step 84 we are go for the kickoff.
That's good, redirect.
Steve, this is step for you, just checking the deepest pump power is off. First pump power is off. Apply deepest pump enabled LED is on. Enable LED is on. Okay, so we've got the go.
Então eles estão fazendo então a liberação da checagem então dos uniformes, né? Dos sistemas ali do traje.
And you just heard Sultan Adiyati confirm that they had the go for depress.
Então nesse momento já já foi liberado então a sequência de despressurização.
10 seconds for completion of startup. Yeah, that should be 10 seconds. I'll take the deepest pump manual isolation valve to open. Expect an alert on.
Estamos agora acompanhando a parte então do procedimento de despressurização da parte interna ali entre a parte do meio, né, entre a saída do lado externo e a entrada então da estação espacial. É como se fosse um corredorzinho, né, que liga as duas portas.
Will be taken down to about 5.5 pounds per square inch of pressure, and which point they'll pause and depressurization to do a system
Então, para
check.
poder eles fazerem a saída, né, para o lado externo, eles precisam então fazer a despressurização desse corredorzinho, né, para que eles possam fazer então a saída, né. Então tivemos aí perda de vídeo, né, já esperado. Estamos aí com perda de sinal de vídeo já esperado nesse momento. Estamos então aí de volta em Houston, na sala de controle então da estação espacial.
And again, we're in a brief handover period between satellites, but we're back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where the Orbit 2 team is ready to support today's spacewalk under the direction of Flight Director Brandon Lloyd. To his right at the Capcom console is Ground IV Jenny Gibbons.
Estamos nesse momento apenas em contato via rádio com a estação.
And to her right is Capcom or Capsule communicator NASA astronaut Nick Hague. And again, you'll hear him communicating with the crew up until the point of depressurization this morning, at which point the ground IV will take over communicating with the spacewalking duo.
Voltamos então com a comunicação em vídeo com a estação espacial.
Just a reminder, Woody and Steve, when the crew lock at 6 psi, expect an alert on. Copy. Copy.
Neste momento, então, pelo horário de Brasília, 9 horas e 9 minutos. Estamos aí acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 88, pelo lado americano, onde vamos acompanhar aí a instalação do painel solar iROSA. Lembrando então que os astronautas Steve Bowen e o astronauta Warren Hoburg, né, já se encontram no corredor, né, que liga a parte externa então da Estação Espacial Internacional, e eles estão fazendo já o procedimento de despressurização desse corredor, né, para poder então fazer a liberação da saída deles, que está prevista para as 9h55 da manhã. E lembrando que esta missão, né, de instalação do painel solar tem em torno aí de duração de 6 horas.
And the crew airlock just got just under 9 psi. Again, we are looking for a pause at around 5.5 psi for some system checks. Again, following this depressurization, we'll see the crew do comm and system checks with the ground here in Houston. Then they'll switch over to internal battery power, starting the official start of today's spacewalk. A U.S. spacewalk start and end time is measured from the time the crew places their spacesuit on internal battery power all the way to up until the repressurization occurs and they're back inside the crew lock following completion of their spacewalking task for the day. Again, we're just about 5 minutes until we hit that 5 pounds per square inch of pressure. Once 5 psi is reached, depressurization will be paused so that system checks can take place. They'll then resume depressurization to get the airlock down to vacuum. Again, we're coming up on 6 pounds per square inch. And we're looking for that pause around 5 pounds for system checks.
Nesse momento ainda estamos acompanhando os procedimentos do sistema então, de despressurização, né, do corredor, então, que liga a parte interna com a parte externa da Estação Espacial Internacional, onde se encontram então os astronautas Steve Bowen e o Hoburg. Lembrando então que a saída deles está prevista para acontecer às 9h55 no horário de Brasília. Para que assim então possam dar continuidade aí à instalação do painel solar iROSA.
Rubio and NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and UAE astronaut Sultan Adiyati still inside the equipment section, continuing to monitor depressurization on the Quest airlock, where NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen are suited up and undergoing preparations to venture outside of the space station's hatch for today's spacewalk. After about 5 psi is reached and system checks are performed, depress will continue until vacuum is reached.
Às 9h16 no horário de Brasília. Estamos ainda acompanhando aí o procedimento da despressurização do corredor, então, que liga a parte externa à Estação Espacial Internacional.
On the DCM, switch display status until leak check, question mark displayed, and then switch display yes, hold for 2 seconds, and follow the displayed instructions.
And the crew lock is now down to 5 psi, and we are holding there. Again, we're going to be looking for some leak checks and other system checks before we continue down to vacuum.
Stephen Woody, I'm just verifying that you copied my last regarding the leak check.
Hey, Firm Sultan, I'm 20 seconds remaining in the leak check. I am as well, 32.
All right, that is good.
EV1 good leak check, setting O2 actuator to EVA. EV1, EV2 good leak check, getting O2 actuator to EVA.
Okay, guys, that is good. Good leak check on both. Both you have the auto actuator to EVA.
Yeah.
Now, Steve, you're going to go and make the deepest pump man ISO valve open again and expect an alert on.
EV2 has O2 position EVA. And I have, let me double check. V1's in EVA as well. Okay. First pump realization valve to open. It's open.
And we just heard we have 2 nominal leak checks, and we are continuing with depress.
Guys, the emergency MPEV is open. Monitor suit pressure gauge is always less than 5.5.
Copy.
Nove horas e 20 minutos pelo horário de Brasília. Estamos acompanhando aí a caminhada espacial de número 88 pelo lado dos Estados Unidos, onde estamos aí acompanhando, onde vamos acompanhar então a instalação do painel solar iROSA. Então, nesse momento, os astronautas, o Steve Bowen e o Warren Hoburg, né, estão aí se preparando então para a saída, né, do lado externo então da estação. Eles estão no corredor que liga a parte interna e a parte externa, e nesse momento então está fazendo a despressurização desse corredor, né, então, que liga a parte externa da estação espacial. Lembrando que assim então que eles iniciarem a missão externa, esse procedimento então de instalação do painel solar deve levar aí no máximo de 6 horas, né? Mais ou menos em torno de 6 horas. E lembrando que amanhã nós vamos acompanhar também o último voo do Ariane 5, da Ariane Space, o voo 261. partir das 18 horas, no horário de Brasília, né, que é o mesmo horário da Guiana Francesa.
All right, Steve, we're at 2 psi. Take the deep press, man ISO valve to close.
Deep press pump man isolation valve is closed.
And on the UIA, switch deep press pump power off.
Deep press pump power is off.
Okay, so I'm going to hand you to the your lovely ground IV, Jenny, and you will report the initial tether configuration to her for Ignis. And with that, I'm going to say all the best for this EVA. I'm sure you're going to crush it just like last time. Wish you all the best. We'll be here for support and make us proud.
Thank you so much, Sultan. You guys did a great job with suit up, and we look forward to seeing you in a few hours.
Então, nesse momento, parece que o sistema de despressurização já foi concluído, né? O processo de despressurização já foi concluído. E agora nós estamos aguardando, então, a liberação então, para a saída dos astronautas, né? Para a parte externa. Sim, já foi concluída, então, a despressurização. Então, a parte então, da despressurização já foi concluída. Estamos aguardando só apenas então a liberação então para a abertura da escotilha externa da estação para a saída dos astronautas Steve Bowen e o Hoburg. No caso, o Warren, conhecido como Hoburg. Tivemos aí perda de vídeo.
All right, we copy. That is a good config.
Thanks, Jenny.
When the crew lock DPDT is approximately 0, expect an alert tone. We have a little ways to go.
Woody, that gauge starts moving really slow. It sure does. I see it.
Estamos então em contato de vídeo com a estação.
If you're just joining us, you're seeing live coverage inside the International Space Station, and we're covering the 265th spacewalk for the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. We have NASA astronauts Stephen Bowen and Woody Hoburg going outside the hatch today to install an iROSA or an ISS rollout solar array on the 1B power channel. The crew so far today has gone and got in their suits. They did pre-brief. They had safers installed. They moved into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, and they have just finished depressurization. We'll be waiting for the crew to go onto that internal battery power, and from there we'll be starting the official time for today's spacewalk.
Nove horas e 28 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos então acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 88 pelo lado americano. Nesse momento então já está a parte então despressurizada, né? O corredor que liga a parte externa da estação, né? Já está tudo ok. E agora só estamos aguardando então a liberação para a saída dos astronautas para iniciar então o trabalho externo.
Our duo are currently ahead of schedule. We had an estimated start time for today's EVA to be around 7:55 a.m. Central Time. However, again, the duo are ahead of the timeline. So once we hear the official go for internal battery power, that'll be the call out for the official start of today's spacewalk.
Lembrando que agora também somos o único canal brasileiro aí a transmitir para vocês aquelas caminhadas espaciais também a partir de agora. Então, nesse momento estamos acompanhando a caminhada de número 88 pelo lado americano. A próxima caminhada será pelo lado russo no dia 21. Nove horas e 30 minutos, né, de acordo com o horário oficial esperado. Faltam aí 25 minutos para aproximadamente para a liberação da saída deles.
If you're just joining us, we are bringing you live coverage today. You're seeing a live view inside the International Space Station. We have a spacewalking duo of NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoburg, who will be venturing outside of the International Space Station today in the 265th spacewalk for the International Space Station upgrades, maintenance, and assembly. So far, NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen have completed pre-brief. They've had their safers installed, and they are inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, where they have finished, or just about finished, their depressurization. Once they get down to complete vacuum, the duo will turn over to internal battery powers for their EMUs, or those mobility units that they're wearing, protecting them as they go outside of the International Space Station this morning. Again, once down to complete vacuum, the duo will do another system check, doing leak checks and communication checks with Mission Control Houston, and that'll happen before they put their suits on internal battery power. Again, this will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. And you just had a view of NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and Sultan Anayati of the United Arab Emirates inside the equipment section of the airlock, where they are continuing to monitor depress. They saw a camera out as they take pictures for the crew here on the ground that helps out with all the spacewalks.
No momento já podemos observar, né? Depois antes da queda de vídeo, né? Já estávamos observando aí a parte externa da Estação Espacial Internacional, né? Então aí portanto a escotilha externa da estação, né? Onde então vamos acompanhar aí a saída dos astronautas, né? O Steve Bowen e o Woody. Mais uma vez, então, estamos aí com perda de contato de vídeo. Estamos apenas aí com sinal via rádio. Estamos aguardando então a saída dos astronautas Steve Bowen e Warren. Estamos aguardando então o sinal de vídeo voltar. Então vamos aí começar de fato a acompanhar então a caminhada espacial. Lembrando que é assim mesmo, né, que nós temos aí pequenos pontos de perda de conexão de vídeo, né, devido à conexão com satélites. Nós estamos aí com contato via rádio da estação. Estamos aguardando o sinal de vídeo voltar. Voltou, então estamos aí novamente ao vivo, onde os astronautas Steve Bowen e o Warren vão sair aí por essa escotilha.
Again, you're getting a view outside of the International Space Station of the Quest airlock, where our DO will be exiting soon. The International Space Station is flying 258 statute miles, and they are flying above Italy currently.
9 horas e 40 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos aguardando então a liberação para a saída então dos astronautas para iniciar o trabalho externo.
We are below 0.5 psi. We will get you to verify the EV hatch gauge is less than 0.6 psi.
AIC 0.4.
Copy, Woody. Open and stow the EV hatch.
Então, nesse momento foi dada a autorização para a abertura então da escotilha.
Jenny, just for your awareness, I got the suit P high nuisance alarm. EV hatch open and stowed.
Copy, Woody. And I copy the hatch is open and stowed.
Affirm.
Sultan, take the emergency MPEV to closed.
And Jenny, I got the suit P high message as well.
Copy, Supi high on Steve.
And Houston, from the airlock, the emergency MPEV is in closed position.
Copy. Thank you, Sultan. And just to confirm, no action on those messages. Like you say, those are nuisance alarms for both Woody and for Steve. We are going to move into post-depress. So on your DCM, switch power to BAT, stagger your switch throws, and expect a warning tone.
Okay, EV1 switching. EV2 switching the battery. EV1's in bat. EV2's in bat.
Copy, EV1 and EV2 in BAT. Display Pro to verify functional displays.
Good display EV1. Good display EV2.
On the UIA, switch power EV1 and 2, both to off, OFF.
All right, power EV1 is off. Power EV2 is off.
Copy, Steve. Check power EV1 and 2 LEDs. All 4 are off.
All 4 LEDs on power EV1 and 2 are off.
On your DCMs, disconnect your SCUs, install your DCM covers, and stow the SCUs in their pouches.
EV1 copy. EV2 copies. Alright, EV1, SCU stowed. And EV2, SCU is stowed.
Copy, 2 stowed SCUs. Check, depress pump manual isolation valve closed.
Depress pump manual isolation valve is closed.
Set your TCVs to max hot.
9 horas e 45 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos acompanhando
EV1, max hot.
o início então da caminhada espacial.
Water on.
Nesse momento, então, os astronautas estão fazendo a checagem final ali para poder
EV2, water on.
fazer então a abertura de fato da escotilha para essa liberação deles, né, para o lado externo.
And at 7:42 a.m. Central Time,
Lembrando que a saída está prevista para acontecer às 9h55, daqui a 10 minutos.
Report the setting and all subsequent TCV changes.
Hoburg and Bowen are now on internal battery power.
Copy, 5 for EV1, 4 for EV2. Report suit pressure gauge.
EV1, 4.4. EV2, 4.4.
Copy, both 4.4. Set your visors as required. We have 21 minutes until eclipse.
Visor down. And visors up for EV2.
All right, copy both. With that, Woody, you can open the thermal cover. You can stow the hook on the stiffener tether point, cinch the strap, and report the Sharpie lines visible.
Okay, James, copy. Work.
Steve, for you, you can retrieve crew lock bag M. You will be keeping this bag on your BRT.
Yeah, crew lock bag M is attached to my BRT rep.
Copy.
And Hoburg will now work to open that thermal cover and make their way outside of the space station hatch to begin their work for today.
Thermal cover tether shown on the point with 6 lines visible.
Copy, 6 lines visible. Woody, you can egress the airlock and inspect both load alleviating straps.
Good work.
And that was ground IV Jenny Gibbons to the crew, telling the crew they do have to go to open the thermal covers and exit the Quest airlock this morning.
Benny, both load alleviating straps look to be in good condition. I'm ready to perform the tether swap.
Copy, Woody. You are go. You will need your yellow hook on the green reel, which is on the aft external D-ring.
Benny, that's complete. Yellow hook, gate closed, locked to my previous green reel. Picking up the green hook.
Copy. Woody and Steve, for your awareness, we have
Green hook is good.
we have a period of ratty calm coming up. We might lose you for about a minute. We're going to treat this like a short handover, so I'm still prime IV. Woody, I'll take your check.
Let's see. You. Back coming here, what is that? You get it? Here it goes, just bump it. There it goes. Make sure it's not wrapped around anything. Jenny, as I said, I have a good load path to the airlock. My yellow hook is down, gate closed, locked black on black to my green reel. And the green hook is also attached to my red reel. Gate closed, locked black on black, and that reel's unlocked. I now have Steve's anchor hook. Oh, correction, Steve's yellow hook. Gate closed, locked black on black to Steve's green reel. I'm picking up Steve's green hook.
We copy, Woody.
Nove horas e 50 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 88 do lado americano, a Estação Espacial Internacional. Vamos então acompanhar o procedimento de instalação do painel solar iROSA. Nesse momento estamos aí com perda de vídeo, de comunicação em vídeo, apenas em rádio. Lembrando que a saída deles então está esperada para acontecer às 9h55. Já está tudo preparado, para a saída deles, para o lado externo da estação espacial. Mas estamos aí com perda de comunicação em vídeo. Estamos aguardando.
Has exited the hatch this morning, and we are waiting for Steve Bowen to join him on the outside of the International Space Station.
Estou aguardando então o contato de vídeo retornar.
Copy. Seconds to a short handover.
Okay.
And we are in a brief handover period between satellites. We'll have views of the duo outside the International Space Station here for you shortly.
I think this phone might be your key.
Houston's back with you.
Welcome back, Jenny. I'm going to be kicking off buddy checks in just a moment here.
Copy. Before doing that, let's close the thermal cover.
I got it. Thank you, Steve. You're welcome. Nice. All right, hopefully it stays there. There's some boys close to there. Want it tightened up a little, or? I think I'm okay. Okay. All right. I'm ready for checks. Perfect. I see 1, 2, 3 tabs up. 2 mini workstation, 1 BRT. I'm looking at your safer handles. I see 1.
And currently no views of the duo, but both are outside the airlock at this point, and we hear them going through some buddy checks. They're making sure their cameras are good, their safer handles are down, and tethers and tools are in a good configuration. before they begin their work today.
It's right in front of your PGT. I think it's in a good spot, but thank you. We'll watch it as I go. All right. That looks good to me, Steve. All right. What do I see? 1, 2, paper handles down, see 3 tabs up. I see your HECA light, but not your WVS. Okay, checking. And Steve, I can see the WVS light is on, but it's just this on. Okay, up there it is. Yeah, I see it now. All right, and I see the center config as you stated, and you look good. All right. My gloves are good, my hat is dry. Yep, gloves are good and hat dry on EV1. Jenny, I think we're ready.
I copy good buddy checks, dry hats, and good gloves. We are headed into a 8-minute data LOS. We will have voice the whole pass. I'm still Prime IV. You can begin your translation to the work site. Steve, you're leading. Let me know when you're ready for a caution.
All right, give me 1 second. Just put my left loop cover on my left-hand side.
Brasília, são 9 horas e 56 minutos.
All right, Steve, see you out there.
Estamos aguardando ainda o contato de vídeo retornar da Estação Espacial Internacional. Estamos nesse momento aguardando então a saída, confirmação da saída dos astronautas, o Steve Bowen e o Hoburg, para então dar procedimento à instalação então do painel solar iROSA.
8-minute warning. We won't have any views of the duo for about 8 minutes, but we will hear them and they'll hear Jenny from inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. We heard Jenny give Stephen Bowen the okay to head over to his work site. That work site will be the Flight Support Equipment, or the FSE work site. That is where the pallet is that currently holds the iROSA. Bowen is heading there to release some seat bolts as Woody prepares to get on the Canada arm. That SSRMS, or that remote robotic manipulator system, will be used today to fly Woody around as he carries that iROSA to their work spot at that 1B power channel. Again, Flight Director Brandon Lloyd leading the room today. To his right is going to be that ground IV that I was talking about. That's Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. And to her right is Nick Hague. Again, we heard Nick earlier as the Capcom for the duo through DPRESS. And now we'll hear Jenny for the rest of the procedures and walkthrough of today's spacewalk.
Chegando então aí a nossa transmissão, estamos acompanhando a missão de caminhada espacial para a instalação então do painel solar iROSA, Old Solar Array. Estamos aí com perda de comunicação, né, com a Estação Espacial Internacional nesse momento. Estamos aguardando então o sinal retornar. Estamos então acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 88 pelo lado americano. Lembrando que essa missão de instalação então, do painel solar tem aí mais ou menos em torno de duração de 6 horas de missão após então o início do procedimento de saída deles.
They are outside of the station. Woody Hoburg is setting up that Canadarm2 while we have Stephen Bowen in
E a
translation.
próxima então caminhada espacial nós vamos acompanhar também no dia 21 de junho aí pelo lado russo.
Or that ISS rollout solar array.
10 horas no horário de Brasília.
Woody Hoburg gets in the articulated portable foot restraint.
E ainda e amanhã, né, nós vamos acompanhar então o último voo do Ariane 5, né, o voo 261 do Ariane 5 da Ariane Space na Guiana Francesa.
They will then use the Canadarm2 using a leapfrog maneuver where the
E lembrando que está chegando também aí no canal, né, quem é novo aí, não esqueça de deixar o like, né, quem ainda não se inscreveu também se inscreva no canal. Lembrando que somos o único canal aí brasileiro, né, a transmitir para vocês aí também agora a parte então de caminhada espacial.
Again, after the iROSA is released from that flight support equipment pad, we'll see them relocate the iROSA from the FSC over to their new work site. That work site will be at the 1B power channel.
Estamos agora nesse momento ainda no período de blackout de comunicação com a Estação Espacial. Estamos aguardando então a comunicação retornar. Lembrando que esses períodos de blackout de comunicação com a estação, né, são esperados, né, então nada que se preocupar.
If you're just joining us, you're seeing a live view inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Mission Control, Houston, where today we're bringing you live coverage of the 265th spacewalk in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. Thus far, we had NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen exit the International Space Station, officially starting today's spacewalk at 7:42 a.m. Central Time. The duo are currently outside of the International Space Station, and they are heading to their first work site, that is the FSE, or the Flight Support Equipment Pad. Again, the FSE is that area where the iROSA is currently being held. Today's spacewalk will see the sixth iROSA mounted to the existing station solar arrays, the fifth array installed just last week on June 9th by the same duo. The new arrays are 60 feet by 20 feet wide, 60 feet long by 20 feet wide, and will shade a little more than half of the original arrays, which are 112 feet long by 39 feet wide. Each new iROSA will produce more than 20 kilowatts of electricity, and once all are installed, will enable a 30% increase in power production over the station's current arrays. This is the sixth spacewalk for Expedition 69 and the eighth spacewalk of 2023 out of the International Space Station. We should begin views here shortly for you of the duo outside the International Space Station.
Until we set up the values.
Copy, Sultan.
Woody, can you ensure your tools and tethers are clear?
Tools and tethers well clear, Jan. Screen rails unlocked, and Steve's tether is clear.
Copy all.
All right, verifying 5/8, 12-inch, going to my PQ.
Copy, Steve. Next, you'll be braking torque on C12 at stanchion
Hold on, I
alpha.
have to install it. I was just verifying I had the right socket. Let me get it installed.
Then yes, you're looking for the 5/8, 12-inch.
All right, it's installed with a good pull check.
Copy, good pull check.
10 horas e 6 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos de volta aí com a comunicação via rádio, então com a Estação Espacial Internacional. Estamos aí então acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 88 do lado americano, com a instalação então do painel iROSA, que chegou então via a missão de carga CRS-28, né, que acompanhamos também tudo ao vivo aqui no nosso canal, né, desde o lançamento até a chegada da cápsula de carga na estação. Então, nesse momento, o braço robótico que fica alocado na estação espacial, nesse momento, então, está fazendo a sua movimentação. Ainda estamos aguardando a comunicação em vídeo retornar, mas os astronautas estão já do lado externo da estação espacial, né? Nesse momento estão utilizando o braço robótico. This will allow him to get on the end and fly technically, portanto, né, já estamos com imagens do lado externo da estação espacial. Nesse momento, então, vemos o braço robótico, né, e o astronauta, então, ali fazendo a operação externa ali de saída. O astronauta, então, já do lado de fora. Os dois astronautas, o Steve Bowen e o Hoburg. Behind Woody, you do see Stephen Bowen, the suit with no stripes. He has that pistol grip tool in hand. Então já estamos aí começando a ver, então, de fato, agora, então, a parte da caminhada espacial ali, né?
4.5 minutes.
Sounds great. I'm ready. All right, Teddy. Braking toward Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2, less than half a turn on C12.
Good words.
And that's complete.
Copy, Steve. Stow your PGT and translate to C11, stanchion delta.
All right, translating to C11.
Então, nesse momento, 10 horas e 10 minutos no horário de Brasília. Já podemos então observar toda a movimentação do lado externo e o procedimento então da missão, então já iniciando aí para a instalação então do painel solar iROSA. Lembrando então que esse painel solar chegou na Estação Espacial Internacional pela missão de carga CRS-28, né, da SpaceX, que acompanhamos aí ao vivo. Já tivemos a instalação do primeiro par de painéis aí, que foi no dia 9 de junho. E agora o segundo par de painéis estão sendo instalados agora nesse momento.
And again, you're hearing from UAE astronaut Sultan
Lembrando que esse par de painéis então tem dimensões de quase 19 metros de comprimento por 6 de largura.
We currently see Steve Bowen, NASA astronaut, working to release the remaining bolts holding the iROSA on the FSE, or that flight support equipment.
Counterclockwise 2.
Correction, Steve.
27 turns, is that correct?
Bravo 3, counter 3.
Bravo 3, counter 3, sorry. And I'm looking for 27 turns.
Affirm, you'll be releasing C11 halfway.
All right, C11 halfway. All right, 27 turns on C11.
Copy, 27 turns, C11. You can retrieve the square scoop with the long-duration tie-down tether from the crew lock bag and stow it on your mini workstation. After that, we'll have you back at Stanchion Alpha.
All right, that's been worked. All right, let's go get it. Hey, Steve. Yes? Watch your bag on the left for the blanket. The blanket? Yeah, it's just kind of getting down in there. You're looking good. Oh, okay. It's much better now. Oh, thank you. Yep. Oh, I see what you're talking about. All right. Scoop with the LBT.
And we did have good confirmation that the bolt was released, and Stephen Bowen is now going for that crew lock bag and removing that square scoop.
Your next motion is going to be a GCA to accomplish iROSA nadir position. We're expecting 1 meter by the end.
Okay, Sultan, I'm ready for that.
Okay, stand by until we set up the values. We'll give you a go.
Let me just... Yeah, go ahead and set up the values, Sultan. Steve, looks like you're going to beat me there. That looks good. I could probably reach it once I'm in there as well, but I think we're probably faster right now. All right.
10 horas e 15 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos então acompanhando agora, nesse momento, a caminhada espacial de número 88, né? Procedimento então de instalação do painel solar iROSA. Estamos vendo também a utilização do braço robótico, né, que fica alocado na Estação Espacial Internacional. E então podemos observar toda a movimentação para o procedimento então de instalação do painel solar.
Affirm, you are releasing C12. Your settings are Bravo 3, counter 3.
Bravo 3, counter 3, and look at 54 turns, correct?
Affirm, those are good settings, and you'll be fully releasing C12. The bolt will spring out. Expect 51 to 54 turns.
51 to 54 turns, fully springs out. Copy.
Good words.
And with that C11 C-bolt released, Stephen Bowen has headed over to the C12 C-bolt, where he'll release that as well.
All right, 54 turns. And looks like it's sprung out. I will double check.
Copy, 54 turns.
Got a lot of wiggle in there. I can't tell if it's sprung out. I think I might give it a couple more turns just to verify. Is that all right?
Checking.
It looks pretty far out. It just doesn't spring.
Yeah, we're talking that, Steve. It seems like you'll have a hard time depressing it from where it is, just because it's in a tight spot.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, it does move. You could push it with a PGT. Or it just sprung out. All right, so I think I'm complete here. I can install the scoop.
right, sorry about that, Steve. We can confirm that that is a good volt, so you can stow your PGT, and then we'll have you install that scoop near C12.
Okay. PGT's installed, or stowed,
Copy.
going on, 45.
10h19 no horário de Brasília. Estamos aí acompanhando o procedimento então inicial para a instalação do painel solar, a iROSA, na Estação Espacial Internacional.
Stephen Bowen is now going to stow the prescript tool and install the
10h20.
microsquare near the C12 bolt.
That's complete.
Nesse momento estamos acompanhando então o procedimento inicial aí para a instalação então do painel solar iROSA, né, que estamos vendo aí ao vivo, né? É o painel solar, o par dos painéis solares, então sendo preparados para a instalação na estação.
Should go get the other scoop and have it ready, all right?
Affirm.
Sounds good, Steve. We'll pick up the scoop. So Todd and Frank, I'm ready for that GCA. If grounded, go.
Woody. We copy, and again, it's going to be a GCA to our published position. We're expecting 1 meter body in.
Go.
And Houston is ready. You can proceed.
Right, starting motion in body and direction.
Steve, watch your bag again. Good motion, Sultan.
Copy, good motion.
Again, you can see Woody Hoburg is on the move. He's working with Sultan Al-Ayadi, UAE astronaut inside the International Space Station. He's moving towards that FSE, where Stephen Bowen has now released those C-bolts that will allow them to move and relocate the iROSA to the 1B power channel.
Copy, continue.
Então, nesse momento, o Steve e o Hoburg estão aí fazendo os preparativos aí para mover painel solar então iROSA, para poder então fazer o encaixe lá em sua posição na estação espacial.
Good motion, 10 to go. And already that is 20 centimeters, body down.
Okay, GCA complete.
GCA complete, and brakes are coming on. Brakes are on, Woody, we'll go for tethering.
I've got a rat on the scoop. My right hand. Honey, I've got some checks to read you when you'd like.
Copy, stand by 1, Woody.
Okay. Hey, Steve. Yeah. Your safety tether is around your left leg. Around my left leg only? Yep. Okay. If you roll toward me, I can probably fix it if you'd like. All right, I can do that. Yep, that's a good direction. That's really nice. Okay, hang on. Stay right here for a minute. I will. it's looking good. Thank you. Absolutely. That explains a couple things.
All right, we have, Steve, you've retrieved that scoop, is that correct?
I have the scoop on me. I've got a good glove and good hat check. And I'm ready to set up for C11.
Copy, dry hat and good gloves, and we concur that's your next step. You can position for C11. At this point, caution and warnings for both of you. Prior to releasing iROSA, ensure the FSC is not moving. Steve, remain still during iROSA release. Don't put your fingers in.
And we're seeing a helmet cam view from helmet cam number 20 that's being worn by Stephen Bowen.
Nesse momento estamos com a câmera instalada no capacete do Steve Bowen. Estamos aí acompanhando então aí de perto os preparativos então para a instalação do painel solar iROSA, que estamos vendo aí agora ao vivo, mais de perto aí, para então dos painéis solares iROSA.
Let's do a buddy check of each other's helmets for any signs of water.
I have a great view into Steve's helmet, and I see no signs of water. Your eyes are down. I can't see into yours anymore. Yeah, okay, hang on. There you go, Steve. Yeah, I don't see any signs of water. Okay. All right. Get the end of the EVA when you take your visor off.
All right, copy. Those are good checks for everybody. So Woody, maintain control of iROSA while Steve releases this final bolt and give Steve the go. When you're ready, I have settings.
I have iROSA. I am waiting on settings.
Bravo 3, counter 3, release C11 fully. This will be an additional 24 to 26 turns.
Bravo 3, counter 3, additional 24 to 27 turns and work.
Good words.
And you just heard a nominal buddy check as the duo moved on. We hear Stephen Bowen is going to be releasing the final portion of that C11 bolt. Again, once this is released, Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen will be releasing and lowering the iROSA.
Estamos então acompanhando agora a parte
relocate it to the 1B power
da retirada então do painel solar para mover então para a sua posição de instalação. Nesse momento então estamos movendo o painel solar, o iROSA, para colocar então em sua posição de instalação na estação.
Good words.
And that final bolt has been released.
Is it on? It's the lock. Yeah, it's working. It's wiggling so much because it's so loose. All right, I got a good lock on it. I'm going to remove my rat.
Copy.
It sounds good. And I am clear. Okay, I have iROSA. All right, I'm going to translate the other end.
Estamos já aí com
Confirm, Steve, we need you at station
45 minutos já de missão, né, nesse momento. Estamos então acompanhando todos os movimentos aí de instalação do painel solar iROSA.
With that, Woody, if you've not already done so, you can slide iROSA away from you to release it from the FSE pin slot interface.
Complete.
Steve, you can work with Sultan and Frank to maneuver iROSA clear of that grapple tower.
Okay, Sultan and Frank, I am ready for you to take iROSA to the back-off position. I will give you clearance to the grapple tower. Yes.
And we copy that, Steve. We are ready for the maneuver to the iROSA removal position. And for you guys, it's going to be a body down for Woody, expecting 4.5 meters.
Concur, ready.
All right, start in motion, body down.
Motion.
Nesse momento, então, estamos vendo a movimentação do painel solar iROSA. Está indo, então, para seu posicionamento de instalação. 10 horas e 30 minutos no horário de Brasília. Então, agora estamos acompanhando a movimentação, então, do painel solar para a sua posição de instalação na Estação Espacial Internacional.
Clearance for the tower. Your bias toward the pela.
Copy.
Good.
And we currently have a great view where NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg has a hold of the iROSA. It has been successfully removed from that FSE, that flight support equipment.
Copy, clear of the pen, motion continues.
Houston copies that we are clear of the grapple tower, including the pin. This is now GCA to published position. I'm resuming comm with Steve. Steve, your next step is to perform a socket swap.
All right, socket swap to the 2-inch fixed 5/8, correct?
A-firm will stow the 5/8 12-inch on the socket caddy and put that 2-inch, like you say, on your PGT.
All right, that's good work.
Então, nesse momento, o astronauta Steve Bowen, né, está conduzindo aí, junto com o braço robótico, movido por Frank Rubio. Aí, então, a movimentação do painel solar iROSA. Lembrando que ele tem de largura aí 6 metros de largura e 18 de comprimento.
And again, if you're just joining us, we're doing live coverage of the 265th spacewalk. This spacewalk is primary goals is to install the iROSA. We currently see NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg holding the iROSA in hand as he's attached to the end of the Canadarm2.
Full test, 12-inch to the socket caddy.
Copy.
Good pull test, 2-inch to the PGT.
Copy. Good pull test on the 2-inch on your PGT. You can stow your PGT.
Well, we have NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg holding the iROSA. Stephen Bowen, NASA astronaut, is currently working to do a socket swap. He's still working at that FSE, or that flight support equipment pad. After a successful socket swap, he's going to stow that pistol grip tool, or that space drill. He's going to put it away in his crew lock bag. And then the duo are going to start trying to relocate that iROSA.
Copy. We will have you clean up crew lock bag T. That means stowing the socket caddy and all external rets, stowing them internally, and then you can button it up with the doors facing the FSE.
All right, that's in work.
And Woody, we're ready for the iROSA, your join all CAS.
Okay, Sultan, I'm ready to yaw.
Okay, remember to yaw iROSA right in 3, 2, 1. Start in motion.
Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
Nesse momento estamos aí vendo o encaixe então, do posicionamento do painel solar iROSA. Estamos tentando acompanhando ao vivo toda a movimentação da instalação do painel solar iROSA, direto então da Estação Espacial Internacional.
Copy, Steve. That's a good config.
All right. I have it facing into the tower, so that should be good.
Looks good to us.
Check, make sure my tether's still going where I think it should. All right, I think I'm going to translate off and go pick up Woody's tether. Is that correct?
Affirm. You'll be translating to the port CETA cart. We'll have you retrieve your green hook first and then retrieve Woody's.
Understand. My green hook first.
Good words.
Woody, we're in position hold now for the second journal CAS. It's a handoff intermediate 1, and we're expecting 3.5 minutes, yes.
Copy, Sultan, ready. All right, green hook, red reel, get close, slider locked. Go to pick up Woody's tether.
Good config and affirm. Steve, Woody's tether is on the Nader CETA rail at mile marker 6210.
210, heading there. Thank you.
And for both of you, We are approximately 1 hour into this EVA. Total EVA time's looking like 7 hours and 30 minutes, with the limiting consumable being Woody's battery. You are 30 minutes up on the timeline. Great job.
Copy. Thank you, James. Appreciate the update.
Woody, we are ready for the maneuver to the handoff intermediate position. And just a reminder, this motion will take you body in and then followed by body right.
Copy, Sultan. Thank you. I'm go.
Right, then starting motion. In 3, 2, 1. Starting motion.
Good motion.
Very good motion.
Steve, we see you at Woody's green hook. We recommend that you stow this on your red reel.
Filling on my right waist ring.
We have Steve and Woody. We currently see NASA astronaut Steve Bowen and Woody Hoburg have released the iROSA out of the FSC, or that flight support equipment, and
Horas e 40 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos ainda acompanhando a parte da movimentação do painel solar, a iROSA, em direção então a seu posicionamento de instalação na Estação Espacial Internacional. Então essa movimentação está sendo conduzida através do braço robótico, né, pelos Frank Rubio e o Steve Bowen.
Currently seeing a helmet come through from Stephen Bowen, who is also starting his translation over to that S6 or starboard truss.
Copy. Confirm the reel is unlocked.
Essas imagens do capacete são do Stephen Bowen, que está conduzindo então, junto com Frank Rubio, o painel solar iROSA.
Copy.
That's what I'm seeing. Alright, so I'm down, he's up. Alright, ready to translate.
Copy. You'll be translating outboard. We need to check that your gauntlets are down.
Alright, gauntlets on both sides are down.
Copy. Ensure tethers don't cross, and you're headed to S5 to drop Woody's green hook. I'll have a handrail for you when ready.
Alright, let me get on my way out there.
Então, nesse momento, completamos já a marca de 1 hora de missão.
And Woody, our next motion is going to be the iROSA roll. Join our cast. We're expecting 2 minutes.
Sounds great, Sultan, ready. Alright, crossing the third, gauntlets are down.
Copy, Steve.
And Woody, we are ready. And just a reminder to roll iROSA left.
Copy, roll left. Your go.
3, then starting motion in 3, 2, 1. Motion start.
Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
Currently seeing live views outside the International Space Station during the 265th spacewalk. NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen have the iROSA in hand and are in translation to the S6 or starboard truss 6 location for that 1B power channel to install the iROSA.
Usually it's my tether that hangs me up. This time it's Woody's.
We have Woody Hoburg at the end of the Canadarm 2. He's locked in with that articulating portable foot restraint. And we see Stephen Bowen translating or moving towards that same area. Again, that work site will be the 6S truss. That's that starboard 6 truss where they'll be working to install that iROSA for a 1B power channel upgrade.
Seconds to a short handover.
Copy. All right, I have Woody's green hook.
Nesse momento então tivemos uma perda de comunicação de vídeo. 10 horas e 47 minutos. Estamos acompanhando bastante movimentação da instalação do painel solar iROSA, Estação Espacial Internacional.
Houston's back with you.
This motion is going to take you body in and then body up.
Estamos apenas com o contato via rádio nesse momento.
Motion in 3, 2, 1. Motion start.
Okay, Jenny, I'm trying to figure out which handrail I'm going.
Voltamos então agora com a comunicação em vídeo.
Affirm, we have you that you have Woody's green hook down on 2140. I just need to check that his green reel is unlocked.
And the green reel was unlocked. That is correct.
Okay, then A-firm, you are headed to 2127 to place your green hook.
All right, getting my green hook ready to install on 2127.
Just over an hour and 5 minutes into today's spacewalk, NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen are currently heading to their next work site after releasing the iROSA from the FSE, or that flight support equipment.
Okay, close slider locked.
Lembrando então que amanhã, a partir das 18 horas, nós vamos acompanhar a missão então da Ariane Space, o último voo do Ariane 5.
Stephen Bowen, the duo will be doing a leapfrog maneuver, passing the iROSA off until they get to that starboard 6 truss area for that 1B power upgrade. Again, this is happening because the robotic arm does not reach all the way over to the starboard 6 truss.
008, I remember that handrail.
Estamos acompanhando toda a movimentação, né, do braço robótico com o painel solar, a iROSA, em direção ao seu posicionamento para a instalação. Lembrando então que o braço robótico está sendo comandado pelo Frank Rubio, dentro da Estação Espacial.
Will ultimately increase the station's available power by 30%. This will be the sixth iROSA, or third pair, to be completed today.
Portanto, já podemos observar o momento então da aproximação do painel solar, na chegada então do seu ponto de instalação.
Across. You haven't had the cable back. Correct, Eddie?
Affirm, Steve.
All right. I'm at the width. I'm looking at 12. Papa. Foxtrot. And looks like 8.
Those are good settings.
Right.
Steve, when you're ready, you can ingress the APFR, and I have some checks for you.
All right. Let me get comfortable here.
And our next motion is going to be the iROSA handoff back of journal gas, and we are expecting 2 minutes.
I'm ready, Sultan.
And Woody, we are ready, and just a reminder, this is going to be body right motion.
Concur, Sultan, ready.
The motion in 3, 2, 1.
Good motion.
New copy, good motion.
And we see Woody Hoburg in motion at the end of the Canada Arm 2. He's been flown from the inside of the International Space
Nesse
Station
momento podemos ver o
astronaut Sultan Anayati.
Steve,
And again,
né, então fazendo a parte da movimentação
Woody Hoburg is being brought over
aí
to
da
meet where Steve Bowen is currently stationed. He's going to hand
do
off
painel solar então a iROSA para o seu ponto então de instalação aí na Estação Espacial.
Steve, can you see iROSA? I can. Good clearance. I'm just trying to get my foot in. Having some difficulty. Just let me know if we need to pause. All right, hold on. Oh yeah, it's looking good.
And we are in position hold.
Copy, Sultan. Having some difficulty getting into my APFR today.
Copy, Steve. Take your time for everyone's awareness. We just need our checks once you're in the APFR, Steve, so we will hold on the final manual maneuver for the handoff.
Your right foot, I'm not sure if it kicked the roll, Steve. And I'll go check. Or I guess that's left. Yeah, let's not make that mistake later, okay? Yep. Still looks like 8. Great. And foxtrot back there. Let's try this again, see what I'm doing wrong. Take your time.
And we're currently getting a helmet cam view from Woody Hoburg, EV1. Again, we see him with the iROSA in hand. He is preparing to pass that off to Stephen Bowen. And we see the feet of Stephen Bowen as he is going into his articulating portable foot restraint. And we have switch views. And now have the helmet cam of Stephen Bowen
Estamos vendo a câmera de Stephen Bowen.
looking out as he sees Woody Hoburg holding the iROSA.
Estão fazendo os preparativos aí para
Again, we tell that
a instalação então
by the red stripes on his
do
suit.
painel solar iROSA, né, que está sendo então conduzido pelo astronauta
Our checks are to ensure your cooling
Warren
and glove heaters
Hoburg,
are set. We have 45 minutes until
conhecido como Wood.
My cooling visor and glove heaters are set.
Então, o astronauta Wood, né, está ainda no braço robótico, conduzindo então o painel solar juntamente com o Frank Rubio.
Copy. Let's ensure your gauntlets are down.
Gauntlets are down on EV2.
Tools and tethers are clear and your ingress aid is clear.
Então, nesse momento, estamos acompanhando então a chegada do painel solar iROSA, né, no seu posicionamento para a instalação.
We copy good checks.
Mais uma vez, então, a câmera do Stephen Bowen.
Finally, Steve, ensure your heels are secure in the APFR.
My heels are secure in the APFR. It definitely feels different without a BSI.
All right, good to know. We copy all. When you are ready, you both can give Sultan and Frank a go to the published handoff position. Your first step will be to perform a RET swap. So, Steve, you'll be attaching a RET to the iROSA root beam handrail.
Over to you for GCA. Ready for GCA.
And we are ready, guys, for the GCA to the publish iROSA handoff position. We're expecting 75 centimeters.
Estamos já com mais de 1 hora e 10 minutos de caminhada espacial nesse momento.
Start in motion in 3, 2, 1.
Agora, nesse momento, eles estão fazendo posicionamento para o encaixe na estação espacial. Estamos aí com a câmera do Stephen Bowen.
Again, you're seeing a helmet cam view from NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen. We see those iROSAs getting closer to him. Again, once given the go, we're going to see NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg hand off the iROSA to Stephen Bowen.
They are in a RET to the handrail. Continue.
Copy, continue. Trying to go.
Can stop motion.
Just stop.
Let me stabilize this out, Woody. You got it, Steve. I have the iROSA. Okay, you have the iROSA. Let me know when you want me to disconnect my RET. My red is attached. I can see it. It looks good. Ready for you to detach your red.
Stephen, Woody, can we call that GCA complete?
GCA complete.
Stephen Bowen now has that iROSA in hand, and Woody Hoburg is going to be detaching his retractable. He's going to be retracting his equipment tether from that iROSA.
And Houston copies all. Copy a good red swap. We concur. Next is to get to the APSR egress position.
And we now have a view from Woody Hoburg's.
Então, nesse momento, o iROSA já se encontra então na sua posição para a instalação. Já encaixou. Estamos aí. Estamos aí então acompanhando o Woody, então tirando fotos então do iROSA, né?
And when you're ready, Woody.
I'm ready, Sultan.
Right, so this is going to be body out, just reverse the motion that we did, which is 60 centimeters.
That sounds great.
And stop the motion.
11 horas no horário de Brasília. Estamos acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 88 do lado americano, na Estação Espacial Internacional, para a instalação do painel solar iROSA. Então, nesse momento, o painel solar iROSA já se encontra em sua posição de instalação. Lembrando mais uma vez, né, que amanhã vamos acompanhar aí o último voo do Ariane 5, da Ariane Space, direto da Guiana Francesa. Nesse momento ela já está fazendo então a sua saída, né, em direção a seu posicionamento na plataforma de lançamento.
Now 1 hour and 19 minutes into today's spacewalk. We have a few milestones to recap. The duo exited.
Já estamos então na marca de 1 hora e 20 minutos de caminhada espacial. Nesse momento, 11 horas e 2 minutos no horário de Brasília. Imagens lindas aí da Terra. Estamos acompanhando então a instalação do painel solar iROSA. Lembrando que esse painel solar iROSA, né, chegou na Estação Espacial Internacional via missão de carga da CRS-28 no dia 6 de junho. É que a gente acompanhou ao vivo. Lembrando que foram 2 pares, né? O primeiro par foi instalado no dia 9 de junho e agora estamos acompanhando a instalação do segundo par. Então, lembrando que no nosso canal aqui no YouTube, né, você acompanha tudo de fato que acontece dentro da Estação Espacial Internacional e dos lançamentos, né, e também aí na parte de matemática, né. Então, lembrando que nós somos o único canal brasileiro a transmitir para vocês por completo agora as caminhadas espaciais também. Lembrando que a nossa próxima caminhada espacial será no dia 21, né, que será conduzido aí em conjunto com o lado russo.
And again, you're seeing helm-cam views from Woody Hoburg, again attached to the end effector.
Estamos aí com a câmera capacitando Woody Hoburg, né, fazendo então, tirando as fotos aí para os preparativos, então de fato para a instalação do painel solar iROSA. 11 horas e 5 minutos no horário de Brasília.
Just moved into position and given the go, Woody Hoburg will egress that APFR, that articulating portable foot restraint.
Almost there. It's clear.
Woody, we need you to stow the APFR ingress aid to the boot plate and then GCA if you need to perform your tether swap.
Yeah, I copy that, James. Get the ingress aid in just a moment, so that's all right.
Affirm. Short handover.
Copy.
Então tivemos uma pequena perda de comunicação em vídeo, que é natural.
And if you're just joining us, we had a brief handover between satellites, but you're watching the 265th spacewalk for ISS upgrades, maintenance, and assembly. In the middle of your screen, you see EV1 designated with the red stripes. That's NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. He just egressed the articulating portable foot restraint that's on the end of the Canadarm2. He'll be meeting up with NASA astronaut Steve Bowen, who currently has the iROSA. Again, the duo will be passing off the iROSA from each other to the other until they reach the S6 or starboard 6 truss, where they'll be working to install the iROSA today.
Everybody gets out of your tether config call. We break that. Yep, I've got my green hook down, gate closed, locked on lock. Correction, gate closed, locked, black on black to my red reel. Picking up my yellow hook.
Houston's following along.
tail hook, gate closed, lock, black on black to green rail, both reels unlocked. That completes a good southern path.
Good config.
Thanks, James.
We need that ingress aid stowed to the boot plate, and then you'll be putting your green hook back on handrail 2140.
Yep, copy.
Horas e 10 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos aí acompanhando todas as movimentações da caminhada espacial de número 88, instalação do painel solar iROSA. Nesse momento, então, o painel solar ela se encontra já no seu posicionamento de instalação na Estação Espacial Internacional.
Affirm.
Copy, thank you, James.
Já estamos aí nos aproximando da marca de 1 hora e 30 minutos de missão.
Green hook's down, green rail's unlocked.
Copy. Good config. Woody, you can give Frank and Sultan a go to the truss back off.
All right, Frank, Sultan, you guys are go for truss back off. Thanks for all your great flying today.
And we copy Woody, great job, brakes are coming off.
Happy brakes off.
Woody, you'll translate to Steve's boot plate. Use caution next to the radiator. It will be on your right once you're at the APFR.
Thanks, James. Let me get eyes on it. Okay, yep, I see it.
After reconfiguring some tethers, Woody Hoburg is now attached back to the International Space Station and begin translating to Stephen Bowen. He gave the AOK for Sultan Adiyati, who's controlling the cannon arm, to from inside the International Space Station to do a back-off maneuver.
Woody, we see you at the APFR. Caution, during this rotation, keep iROSA clear of the S6 radiator.
Copy, James, thanks. AV2, copy. All right, Steve. I'm ready. I've got the yaw pedal. This is going to be a yaw to your left. All right. And I'll give you a countdown. I'll do depressing the yaw. Sounds good. You can get iROSA started, and I'll depress the yaw. I'm ready. You're ready. 3, 2, 1, depress. How's that feeling, Steve? Feels nice and smooth. Beautiful. All right, we're going.
Currently with a helmet cam view from Woody Hoburg, we see Stephen Bowen in that articulating portable foot restraint where he's been manually turned by Woody Hoburg.
All right, very nice.
Again, with the iROSA in hand, the duo will do a leapfrog maneuver. Once Stephen Bowen is in place, Woody will translate to the right location and take control of the iROSA, and the duo will do this a few times as the iROSA and the crew head towards the starboard 6 or S6 truss, where they'll be installing the iROSA for the 1B power channel upgrade.
You getting close? Should be pretty close. Yeah, Steve, that's a yaw of 3 To me, that looks good compared to a yaw 2. I'll take it. It looks good. Looks like you'll have room over there. Yeah, okay. Great, you're back locked in. Thank you. Yep.
All right, Houston copies. We are
Woody, the arm will be in motion soon.
We copy. We are at a yaw of 3. Woody, we need you to ensure that Steve's safety tether is clear for his eventual APFR egress, and we also need you to poor man's fair lead your tether such that it's under the APFR, so on the base handrail.
Right, yep, Steve's tether is looking great. It's headed directly station aft. Perfect. And my tether will be of that.
11 horas e 15 minutos no horário de Brasília. Passamos aí da marca de 1h30 de caminhada espacial.
Great job, both of you. Woody, translate outboard. We want you at the at handrail 2060, and you will be placing a rich man's fair lead on the mod kit right lower strut handrail or on S6. We just need it to be clear of the APFR.
Okay, 2060 for the fair lead or on the mod kit.
Affirm. And this is a rich man's fair lead.
Okay, thanks.
Steven Woody, arm will be in motion soon.
Thanks, Sultan. Thanks, Sultan. Jenny, just confirm 2060 is acceptable for the fair lead.
Affirm. S6 2060 is acceptable.
Thank you.
For both of your awareness, you are still doing great on the timeline. We're about 20 minutes away from a eclipse. That is not our working eclipse, so we are not Russian.
Copy, thanks, Dams. All right, fair lead's down on 2060.
Copy, fair lead 2060. You'll next want to verify your APFR settings.
Yep, I see a clocking 6, Fox. I see Echo. I believe we want Foxtrot.
Affirm, it should be Fox.
Okay, moving to Fox. Roll of Fox set. And the yaw is 2.
Good settings. You can ingress the APFR.
Happy, thanks, Jenny. Thank you, Steve. You know if you need more room at your head. Should be good.
After translating to the forward edge of the S6 truss, Woody Hoburg is now ingressing a different APFR. Well, he will then take control of the iROSA from Steve Bowen. Prior to taking control of the iROSA, they will do another HAP and gauntlet check. Again, that HAP is that helmet absorption pad, and gauntlets are those coverings on their arms, their suits where it covers their arm plate and where their hands attach.
For your checks, we need your cooling, visor, and glove heaters set. We have 21 minutes of insulation.
Hey, Johnny, I'm still at a TCV of 4, visor down, glove heaters on, and gauntlets are down.
Copy. Ensure tools and tethers are clear and your ingress 8 is clear.
Tools and tethers are clear. Tethers heading back down to the fair lead. Ingress 8 is clear.
Copy. Ensure heels secure in the APFR.
Heels are secure.
All right, we see you have a RET on the scoop in your right hand. We also need one on the long duration tie down tether.
Work. All right, I got 2 rets down, 1 each side.
All right, copy.
I have iROSA. You have iROSA, I'm going to take my ret, connect it to the adjustable, and then remove the ball sets. Sounds great.
Good word, Steve.
And you just heard confirmation from NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. He has now taken control over the iROSA from Stephen Bowen.
Feels great. I've got it. Yep. Copy. One off. Copy. What's the other one? Okay. Yeah, off and clear. Looks great. I've got it. All right, honey.
Copy all. Steve, egress the APFR.
It's in work.
Steve Bowen will now reposition himself. He will egress his APFR, meaning he will get out of it. He will then translate over to Woody and perform the same task that Woody did to him previously. And they will hand off the iROSA one more time before they reach the S6 truss or the work site where they will be installing the iROSA today.
Just make sure my tethers are clearing. Your safety tether looks great on the right side, Steve. Thank you. So what I was looking for, make up the accurate position. 1 second to get these stowed here, Woody, and I'll be on my way. Take your time.
11 horas e 22 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 88. A instalação então do painel solar iROSA. Então, nesse momento o painel solar iROSA já se encontra em posição, né, para o seu local de instalação, a Estação Espacial Internacional. E agora, de fato, ela vai começar a ser instalada. Lembrando então que esse painel solar chegou na Estação Espacial Internacional pela missão de carga CRS-28 no dia 6 de junho. E os astronautas estão Steve Bowen e o astronauta Woody Warren Hoburg estão fazendo a instalação desse painel que já foi instalado. Um par dele já foi instalado no dia 9 de junho, né, pelos dois, e agora
inboard.
No dia
go around the
de hoje está
outside
sendo
at
instalado
later
o
on.
outro painel, né, que chegaram juntos aí na missão de carga CRS-28.
Okay, can I get my feet above the radiator? Look, I'm going to swing it all the way around. I see that. So it went in front of my body, I hope. So did I put my tether behind me? Your safety tether is in front of you on the left side. It is in front of me. So it's in front of my
Então,
body.
nesse momento, eles estão fazendo a instalação do
Yep. It's just hard to see
painel na Estação Espacial Internacional.
Yep, I see that. There it goes. Nice. I agree with you. That's what I wanted.
Então, lembrando que esse painel solar, a iROSA, né, ele tem aí de comprimento 18 metros de comprimento e de largura, né, ele é aberto 6 metros de largura.
And you have a view on your screen. In the middle, you see the Canadarm2. Below that, you see the two astronauts. EV1, designated by the red stripe, is NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. And right below him, or above on your screen, is going to be Stephen Bowen, NASA astronaut. He is at Woody's APFR, or Articulating Portable Foot Restraint. He's going to turn Woody to the right.
Se você está gostando então dessa transmissão, não deixe de dar o like, e de se inscrever no nosso canal e também de seguir a gente nas redes sociais.
We're currently at 2. And Jenny, I'm going to 6. Is that correct?
Good words.
Sounds right. And is on your right. Yep. O is on your left. Verifying that. Concur. All right. And I'm ready. 3, 2, going right. Want to start? 3, 2, 1, start. Got good motion.
And we're currently seeing a helmet cam view from Stephen Bowen, and he is turning that portable foot restraint with Woody Hoburg attached. iROSA in hand, turning to the right. The iROSA will be lined up with the mounting bracket.
Good. More to go. How's the position? F6. How's that look? Let's see, looking. Did we... So I'm pretty far from the mounting bracket right now. Right? It looks like the right angle in yaw. I think we need to roll to my right. I agree. You're currently Echo. You want to go to Foxtrot. Okay, yeah, I don't know how we got back to Echo, but that sounds great. I am starting that motion, and I'm ready. There it goes. Great. Oh, hold on. Can you get more stable for that? Beautiful. When you think you're there, we're in the zone now. Oh, it looks like it's locked in Foxtrot, but sorry we made that mistake before. All right, how stable do you feel? Well, I still feel a little bit far from the mounting bracket. You want to go to golf? I wonder if we should go to golf. Can we do that? Can we try that? Is that all right?
And Houston's following. We're okay with going to golf.
Okay, go to golf. All right, there it goes. Nice. And keep coming. Almost to golf. You're right in between Foxtrot and golf. Good. Still right in between. Hold on. Okay, gotcha. Okay, still got to go right a little bit. Move to your right. Hang on. Get back to Foxtrot. Gotcha. Okay, let's try going to golf again. Okay, here comes golf. Let me go to golf. Are we there? No, not yet. Okay. A hard time getting the... There you go. That's golf. Gotcha. How's that? That is... I think that's going to be better, yeah. Okay. Let's go with that. All right, you're locked in. I'm going to head over. Great. I've still got iROSA looking great. Sounds good. Let me get clear of everything here. All right. It'll take a few minutes.
All right, Houston followed all of that and copy our final config. big picture call for all crew. We are 2 minutes from a 14-minute LOS. We are go to push with the nominal procedure. Frank, we are in block 6, step 27 for Steve.
Station copies, block 6, step 27 for Steve.
Affirm. Frank, you are prime IV.
Copy, Jenny. Thanks so much.
Nesse momento, no horário de Brasília, 11 horas e 30 minutos, estamos acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 88 pelo lado então dos Estados Unidos, com os astronautas Steve Bowen e Hoburg.
And she did that because we have an LOS, about a 6-minute LOS, 8-minute LOS coming up here.
Então, lembrando que daqui a pouco vamos entrar em período de blackout de comunicação e vamos ficar assim por volta de 8 minutos. Depois dentro então de 8 minutos de blackout de comunicação via rádio e vídeo. Lembrando que esses períodos de blackout de comunicação já são esperados, né? Então aí nós vamos entrar então nesse período de blackout de comunicação em rádio. Comunicação de vídeo e rádio.
After positioning Woody Hoburg to the mounting bracket with the iROSA, Stephen Bowen is now in translation to head over to the far side of the mounting bracket
E entramos em blackout.
And they'll prepare for the iROSA install.
Comunicação. Estamos aí com perda de vídeo e de rádio também.
And this begins that LOS period. You're seeing a live view inside the International Flight Station control room.
Então, esse período de blackout de comunicação deve demorar em torno de 8 minutos. Então, vamos aguardar. Estamos então acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 88. Estamos em período de comunicação de rádio e vídeo por 8 minutos aí.
Again, we have about an 8-minute LOS, and that's going to be for audio and visual happening here. The flight control team here in Mission Control Houston taking the time now to get a restroom break in. But don't worry, again, that ground IV, Jenny Gibbons, passed over control to the International Space Station, where IV Frank Rubio is walking the duo through the next steps. We had last visuals of NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen translating over to that left side of the mounting bracket. Again, once he is there, he will be close to Woody Hoburg, who has the iROSA in hand, and they'll be at that work site where they will install the iROSA for that 1B power channel upgrade. Currently on your screen, you had a view of the International Space Station, and you see that far left of the screen is where we're installing today. The duo on June 9th, just last week, installed that iROSA on the 1A power channel, and we will be installing the iROSA today on the 1B power channel, just the opposite side of where they worked last week. Today's spacewalk is being conducted by Expedition 69 spacewalkers, flight engineers, NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen. Today, Stephen Bowen is EV2 while Woody Hoburg is EV1. The duo switched roles from last week where Stephen Bowen was EV1 and Woody Hoburg was EV2. Today is Woody Hoburg's second spacewalk, while it is the 10th for Stephen Bowen. With this spacewalk, Bowen ties most spacewalks by a U.S. astronaut with Michael Lopez Alegria, Bob Behnken, Peggy Whitson, and Chris Cassidy. Bowen has accumulated 60 hours and 22 minutes of spacewalking time in his previous 9 EVAs, or spacewalks. Woody Hoburg has a previous 6 hours and 3 minutes of spacewalking time. Again, you have live coverage today of the 265th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This is the 8th spacewalk from the space station in 2023 and the 6th spacewalk for Expedition 69. Again, you're back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. We're about 3.5 minutes into about an 8-minute LOS where we have no audio or visuals of the spacewalk. Again, you see the flight controllers here taking that time to get a break, going to use restrooms and other facilities.
Estamos acompanhando, né, a caminhada espacial de número 88, com a instalação então, do painel solar iROSA. Nesse momento estamos ainda em período de blackout de comunicação, né, via rádio e vídeo. Estamos então aguardando as imagens e a comunicação voltar. Então, fiquem aí. Daqui a pouco, então, estaremos de volta com a comunicação via rádio e vídeo da Estação Espacial Internacional. Então, lembrando que a missão de hoje, então, está sendo conduzida pelos astronautas da NASA, o Steve Bowen e o Hoburg. A missão é essa da instalação então do painel solar iROSA, né, que chegou da Estação Espacial Internacional no dia 6 de junho pela missão de carga CRS-28. Estamos então aguardando o sinal de comunicação voltar. Às 11 horas e 38 minutos no horário de Brasília. E amanhã, lembrando que amanhã nós vamos aí acompanhar o último voo então do Ariane 5, hein? Amanhã, a partir das 18 horas da noite, vamos acompanhar então o último voo do Ariane 5 da Ariane Space na Guiana Francesa. E já no dia 21, vamos acompanhar, além da caminhada russa, né, lado russo, vamos acompanhar também a missão de, a partir então das 4 horas da manhã, nós vamos acompanhar a missão NORO 68, um veículo Delta 4 da United Launch Alliance. E lembrando também que na segunda-feira nós teremos aí o quinto vídeo da nossa parte de matemática, a partir das 17 horas, né? Sempre às 17 horas, no dia 20. Então aí o nosso quinto vídeo do programa Segundou com o Enem. Lembrando que as inscrições então do Enem encerram amanhã às 23h59, hein? Estamos aguardando a comunicação com a Estação Espacial retornar. 11 horas e 40 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos acompanhando então a caminhada espacial de número 88 pelo lado americano. Somos o único canal então brasileiro a transmitir para vocês por completo a partir de agora, né, as caminhadas espaciais também. Então, fique atento para a programação, incluindo as caminhadas. E no dia 21 também nós vamos acompanhar a caminhada espacial pelo lado russo. Além da missão da NORO, né, de madrugada, na parte do início da manhã. Aí a partir das 4 horas, depois, mais tarde, nós vamos começar a acompanhar também a caminhada pelo lado russo. Então não percam. Estamos aguardando apenas o contato com a estação retornar. Após então período de blackout, né, de comunicação, já esperada.
Currently, you are getting live coverage brought to you for the 265th spacewalk in support of ISS maintenance, upgrades, and assembly. We have 2 spacewalkers outside the space station currently. We have NASA astronauts Hoburg and Steve Bowen, who have exited the International Space Station this morning at 7:42 a.m. Central Time, who have now successfully released the iROSA from the FSE, or the flight support equipment, and they have now translated it over to its work site, the starboard 6 truss, or the S6 truss as you'll hear it. Again, we left the duo a few minutes ago with an LOS, or a loss of signal. We have no audio or visual currently of the spacewalk, but the duo are being helped by those on board the International Space Station. We have IV Frank Rubio. NASA astronaut Frank Rubio is currently taking over the role from the ground as the IV, helping the duo through the procedures as we are in the loss of signal. We should have that signal back here in about 5 minutes.
Onze horas e 44 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos aí aguardando o sinal com a estação espacial retornar depois do período de blackout de comunicação. Estamos então acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 88, que está sendo conduzida então pelos astronautas da NASA Steve Bowen e Warren Hoburg, com a instalação então do painel solar iROSA. Estamos de volta aí com a comunicação de rádio.
And we have audio back.
Estamos aí com a comunicação de rádio de volta. Estamos aguardando apenas o contato agora de vídeo. 11h45, horário de Brasília. Já passamos então da marca de 2 horas de caminhada.
Nice job, guys. Hey, once we verify the soft captures. Once we verify that the 2 soft captures, which weren't very soft, are properly engaged, then Woody will be working on removing the left-hand scoop from the root beam. Okay. Alright, so left-hand scoop is removed. Okay, copy that, Woody. Woody, you'll next be performing a glove, hat, and gauntlet check. Steve, you're going to be retrieving the red plus adjustable tether from the cool-off pad mic, and this is for the scoop stow. Understand.
Houston is back with
the
you.
gloves, dry hat, gauntlets down. Copy, Woody, good check. And Jams, welcome back. We are currently in block 7. Woody just completed step 5 with a good glove, hat, and gauntlet check. And Steve is working on retrieving the ret on step 7. We have 2 left soft captures engaged.
Copy all. I see block 7.
What's going on here, Mike? Is that Steve? It's something around my right leg, I think, and my tether.
Estamos aí aguardando então a atualização do andamento da instalação então do painel solar.
I copy your location and the procedure. Great job, Frank. I'm ready for you to hand it over back to me when you are.
Okay, once again, block 7, step 5 complete for Woody. And Steve is currently in step 7. Woody, Jenny, you're prime. Thanks so much.
Great job, Frank. I'm prime IV. I copy Steve that you are retrieving the adjustable with the ret for the scoop stow.
Yeah, I'm looking for that one here. Oops, not the right one.
And Woody, can you confirm that the left-hand scoop has been removed from the root beam, so it's on your mini workstation?
Confirm, Jams. I have 2 scoops connected by a long duration ready to my workstation. I'll give you 1 second. I'll get you that adjustable. Thank you, Steve.
Copy all.
Actually, not the one in the bag. It's the one on the bag. And Jenny, I have Bravo 2 counter 2 set when it's time.
Good settings.
Go for R6. Actually, negative, Jams. Let's wait on that. That way we can wait for Steve to control it.
Affirm.
That one. Actually, I don't see another adjustable in there. 1, 2, there it is. Do you see the cap keeper, Steve? Yeah, my way. It's the one the other way. What's cap keeper too? Yeah. Okay. Here's here's the other adjustable. Great. Here's scoops for you for that adjustable. Right, here, I'll trade you 1 second. Give me a second. Copy. Ah, there you are up there. Okay. Give you. Grab the cap keepers. Got it. And I'll take a scoop. Here's 2 scoops for you. Just let me know when you want me to release my rep. Here, 1 second. Take your time. Alright, I got adjustable for that one. And an adjustable for this one. And release your rep. Okay, Steve, ready? Or ready. Alright, ready for it? There it comes. I see it. Thanks, Steve. Alright, let me stow this. You've got the the cap keeper and the AMS. Yep, and if Jan's is okay with it, I'm going to remove the 4 caps from iROSA.
11 horas e 51 minutos pelo horário de Brasília. Estamos acompanhando então a missão Caminhada Espacial número 88 para a instalação do painel solar iROSA. Saímos ainda há pouco, né, do período de comunicação, né, de blackout de rádio e vídeo. Nesse momento só estamos com comunicação via rádio com a Estação Espacial Internacional. Nessa atualização então sobre a instalação do painel, né, ela se encontra já na posição de instalação, né, na Estação Espacial, e ela está sendo conduzida pelos astronautas Steve Bowen e o Hoburg.
Okay, cops are going back to the bag, Steve. You can just leave them on the outside for now. I am ready for you to engage the R6 bolt. I'm holding it closed. Copy that.
Steve, we do want you in position to keep iROSA folded up while Woody does that R6 bolt, but I'll also take a glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check from you.
I'm already in position. If you give me a moment, I'll give you those calls as soon as we get them done at this point.
Okay, we copy. That's fine with us. Woody, you'll be releasing R6. The bolt will spring out. We're looking for a white line visible, and you can expect 18 to 20 turns.
Copy, James. Cover 2, counter 2 set. Starting turns.
Good words.
2 hours and 10 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Estamos aí com o tempo já de 2 horas e 10 minutos, né, de caminhada espacial nesse momento.
Flight support equipment pad, and they have translated it over and relocated it to the S6 part of the truss. We currently have the duo installed.
Estamos aí então aguardando a volta da comunicação em vídeo, né, para a gente ver a atualização então da instalação então do painel solar. Lembrando então que esse painel solar, a iROSA, né, foi trazido pela missão de carga CRS-28, né, no dia que acoplou na Estação Espacial Internacional no dia 6 de junho, né, que a gente viu ao vivo, né, a chegada da cápsula. Lembrando que ela trouxe 2 pares, né? O primeiro par foi instalado por eles, né, no dia 9 de junho, e agora estamos acompanhando a instalação do segundo par do painel solar iROSA, né, que é o Roll-Out Solar Array. E ele mede, então, esse painel solar, ele mede 18 metros, em torno de 18 metros de comprimento e 6 metros de largura, ele aberto, né?
Checking.
Estamos, então, aguardando a volta da comunicação em vídeo. Se você está chegando no canal, não esqueça, então, de deixar o like e de se inscrever. Lembrando que amanhã, a partir então das 18 horas, nós vamos acompanhar a missão, o último voo do Ariane 5 da Ariane Space, direto da Guiana Francesa. Então, nesse momento, estamos com imagem de vídeo novamente. Voltamos aí com imagens em vídeo. Após, então, o período de comunicação, né, de blackout de comunicação. 11 horas e 55 minutos. E, portanto, podemos já observar aí o procedimento, então, de instalação do painel solar. Ele já se encontra na posição de instalação. E agora, nesse momento, eles estão fazendo a parte de instalação com a estação espacial, né? A parte toda elétrica, né, da instalação.
And fair lead under the APFR. We'll have you on the right side of the mounting bracket for unfold.
Okay, concur with all. Already fair led. And ingress 8 is low profile.
While we had no visuals, we did have the duo begin the install of the iROSA onto the mounting bracket for the 1B power work site.
Então, nesse momento, eles estão fazendo a instalação da parte elétrica aí do painel solar, né? Vocês podem observar em vídeo, né? Ligando aí os conectores com a estação espacial.
Right now, we'll see them move around and reposition themselves to the right side of the mounting bracket for the unfolding to begin for the iROSA.
Warning, pinch point, keep clear of rotating iROSA. With that, Steve, you can slowly pivot iROSA to the unfolded position, and Woody, engage the right side alignment guide and slot.
Copy. Unfolding. See it. Looking good. Keeping everything out, looking pretty. Mounting plate is clear. Oh, those caps just got in there. I see them. They're staying on the. Hey, stop unfold. Let me just make sure these stay out of the way. There we go. It's off in my way again. Okay. There you go. You're good. They're clear. Copy. Sounds good. Soft capture. I see it.
Copy. You see the soft capture feature engaged. Well done, both of you. Next step is to drive R7 and R8, the hinge bolts. That's for you, Woody. For Steve, I'll take a glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check.
Hands are down. Half is dry. James, I copy R7 and R8. Just out of curiosity, how much time do we have left in this eclipse?
You have 15 minutes left in this eclipse, which is not enough time for our cables, so we'll be working other steps, and our target eclipse is still the next eclipse.
Okay. All right, my glove looks good. Same as before.
Copy. All good checks on Steve.
Vamos aí com a imagem do capacete do Hoburg. Então, nesse momento, a instalação da iROSA se encontra aí fluindo bem, né? Com a conexão, então, dos cabos de força com a estação. Até o momento, tudo ocorrendo conforme o cronograma.
Copy.
Duo working in orbital nighttime.
Copy. Your settings are Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
Copy. Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
Good words. You'll be driving these bolts to torque. Expect 14 to 17 turns.
Copy. Thank you. Alpha 1, clockwise 2 is set.
Good words.
Starting with R7.
Copy R7.
And we have helmet cam view from Woody Hoburg EV1, who is releasing hinge bolts on the iROSA. Again, once these hinge bolts are released, Steve Bowen will be able to help Woody Hoburg unfold the iROSA, and then we'll be looking for the next eclipse time period for the duo to start cabling.
Nesse momento podemos ver, né, o Hoburg, né, fazendo aí o uso
for the iROSA.
aí das ferramentas, né, de fixação. Furadeira aí, né?
R7 driven 17.5 turns to torque, 2.3 foot-pounds and a green light.
Nesse momento, então, fazendo trabalho de
You can move to R8, same settings.
fixação do painel.
R8, same setting. Alpha 1, clockwise 2 is set.
Good words.
I counted 17 turns. I have a good green light, 2.4 foot-pounds.
2.4 foot-pounds, 17 turns, green light. That is a good bolt, Woody. You can stow your PGT and now work with the AMS knob to loosen those bolts one turn each and then tighten them till just snug.
Okay, PGT stowed, working AMS knob. R7 reset. I've been a quarter turn off, quarter turn on.
Copy. Quarter turn off and on R7.
R8, same on R8.
Copy, the same on R8. You can give the AMS knob to Steve to stow in the bag.
And with the cap keeper. Yeah. There it is. You just grab it. One of that. And we'll be done. All right, Steve, you have the cap keeper and AMS knob. Thank you. Thank you.
I have some big picture words for both of you when ready.
Ready. Ready.
Okay, our timing has been great so far. We are headed into insulation, so we will push with driving the M bolts and do as much as we can prior to the cable mates. That will involve a bit of a replan. We'll give you information on some cleanup steps that we're going to get ahead on. Those aren't quite ready yet, but when they are, I will get words to you. So next steps for Steve are to get ready for those M bolts. You can divide those up however you want, but the socket for the M bolts is on Steve's PGT.
And we copy. We copy jams. Hey, Jenny, I'm right in front of J1 through J4. Is it a good time to get those mated?
So, Woody, I'm just pausing on that because they might interfere with the M bolts, but we're talking it.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, just a reminder, we did those first on the last one.
Copy.
Nesse momento, a instalação então do painel solar iROSA já se encontra aí praticamente concluída, né? E vamos daqui a pouco também entrar em um novo período de blackout de comunicação, né? Mas a nossa missão então já está praticamente sendo concluída, né? A instalação, o procedimento de instalação do painel solar iROSA. Então o painel solar nesse momento já está fixado na estação, né? E os cabos também já estão ligados, né? Os cabos de força. Estamos só aguardando a conclusão de fato então da instalação do painel.
Copy M31, one turn of hand start. Drive to torque and black line flush.
If you're just joining us, you're seeing live views outside of the International Space Station as NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen are installing an iROSA on the 1B power channel.
Copy M31, 11 turns, 21.9 foot-pounds, and a green light. Can you confirm the black line flush, Steve?
And black light is flush.
Currently have a helmet cam view.
You can move to M32.
All right, F32 has no hand start. And start turn now.
You're currently seeing a helmet cam view from NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen. He's using that pistol grip tool, or that PGT, to release hinge bolts on the iROSA they just installed. He is working on the left side while Woody Hoburg released his bolt on the right. Again, you can tell who is who by the stripe designation on the suits. Red stripe is the EV1 worn today by Woody Hoburg.
You got a good pull test on the socket.
Your go.
Copy, go. Thanks, James. All right, just going to get you the right torque here. All right, I got 11 turns. Oh, and I did not get a good green light yet. I am flush.
Meio-dia e 10 no horário de Brasília. Estamos acompanhando agora, nesse momento, a parte final de instalação do painel solar iROSA, com a fixação então do painel na estação espacial.
We're checking on that bolt, Steve.
Jenny on M37. Start again, Jenny.
And Steve, we're going to have you go back to M32 again. We're just looking for an additional quarter turn on that bolt to reach our minimum.
Okay, I got good black line. And I got a turn. And I got 22.0 that time. About one turn.
Copy, Steve. We're checking on it. All right, Steve, good bolt. You can move on.
All right, let me get myself around to a better position. All right. Hey, Jenny, on M37, I had 11 turns, good green light, 22.0 foot-pounds.
Copy. That's a good bolt.
And M35, 11 turns, good green light, 21.9 foot-pounds.
Copy. And those are both good bolts. We track a hand start on both of those.
Copy. Yep. I have 34. You had a hand start, and I've got 11.4 turns and 22.6 foot-pounds. 33 left to go for me.
Copy, Steve. Can we verify black line flush?
And black line flush on 34.
Copy. That's a good bolt.
Jams M36 had one hand start, 11 turns, green light, 21.9 foot-pounds.
Copy. That is a good bolt, Woody.
Thank you. Driving M38. I can hand start on 33. Driving.
Copy both.
All right. Hey, Jams, got a report on M38.
Ready.
I'm 10 turns down. It was not hand started. Unfortunately, I don't think the thread's engaged for approximately the first 8 turns. I think I'm about 2 turns of threads in on M38.
Copy, Woody. We're talking it.
All right. 33, 11, well, 12 turns by my count, 11.86 on the thing with a good green light at 22.2 for both.
Steve, that is a good bolt. And for Woody, we appreciate the report. Let's keep driving that bolt, and we'll do the math on the ground, so just report the new number of turns you get.
Starting from what I'm guessing is 2 turns engaged, starting turns. Okay, Jan, I have 7.5 turns, green light 22.1 on F38. And black line flush on all 9 bolts.
Copy. We're checking on that final bolt, Woody.
Thank you.
Minutos pelo horário de Brasília. Estamos aí acompanhando procedimentos então finais aí de instalação do painel solar iROSA, da caminhada espacial número 88 pelo lado americano. Estamos nesse procedimento agora na parte final aí de instalação com a fixação então do painel solar iROSA. Lembrando que esta missão está sendo conduzida então pela expedição de número 69, né? Está então pelos astronautas da NASA Steve Bowen e Hoburg. E lembrando que amanhã nós vamos então ter o último voo do nosso Ariane 5, direto então da Guiana Francesa, a partir de mais ou menos por volta das 18 horas da tarde, no horário de Brasília sempre. Então não perca. Lembrando que nós somos agora o único canal brasileiro a transmitir também de fato as missões agora de caminhada espacial. Então lembrando que a nossa próxima caminhada espacial será pelo lado russo, prevista então no dia 21. Lembrando que daqui a pouco nós vamos também entrar em um novo período de blackout, né, de comunicação, de vídeo. Estamos acompanhando então os procedimentos aí de fixação do painel solar.
All of those items are involved in the plan that we're putting together. I'll have it for you in a minute.
Thanks, Janice. All right, time for more pictures of Woody.
Sounds great to us.
Into an orbital daytime, the International Space Station is flying 256 statute miles above the South Pacific Ocean, off the west coast of the United
Estamos já com 2 horas e 35 minutos de caminhada espacial nesse momento.
Hoburg and Steve Bowen complete some bolts, releasing some bolts on the hinge joint of the iROSA that they just installed. Carrying us through the next set of procedures is my colleague Rebecca Wicks, who will continue coverage today.
right, Woody and Steve, thanks for your patience. We have words for you now. We are going to do a modified get ahead on our worksite cleanup. Steve, you will be mating the NZGL connectors. You can get in position for that. And Woody, you will be translating inboard to the APFR in WIF 1515. That is the APFR that we used for the first handoff of iROSA. I will also need words on your pull test if you did a socket swap.
Okay, I did on socket swap with a good pull test. Copy WIF 15.
Copy.
I may need to clean up my tether when you come back, Woody. Okay. You want me to take a look at it? Let me do a quick look. Get it around me right now, I think. Yes, you sure do. Let's see. There you go. Thank you. It's behind me, right? No, now it's in, I put it in front of you. Oh, perfect. Thank you. So now it's right side crossing toward your left. Okay. And then clear.
Caution for both of you, Steve, before you start mating these NZGLs, just avoid contact with the cables and connectors when they are attached to iROSA.
Copy that.
We are bringing you live coverage of U.S. EVA 88. This is the 8th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year. We started this morning at 8:42 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:42 a.m. Central Time. The team has been very efficient in their tasks. First, the NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen exited the International Space Station. They released the iROSA, or the International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, from its flight support equipment area. They relocated it to the starboard truss at the 1B power supply. To get there, they utilized the robotic arm. Emirati Space Agency astronaut Sultan Al-Nayati inside the International Space Station maneuvered that robotic arm. NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg flew on that robotic arm holding the solar array. When they arrived close to the work site, the astronauts then used a leapfrog maneuver to pass the iROSA between themselves in order to reach that workstation because the robotic arm didn't quite reach. From there, they installed the iROSA and released hinge bolts.
Copy. P3.
Next up in their timeline was going to be to mate the cables. However, they have to do that in an eclipse. We have about 50 minutes until that eclipse starts, so the flight control team here in Mission Control Houston made the decision to proceed with a work-ahead task, which is what the astronauts are currently on their way to do.
Então, dentro de alguns instantes, né, alguns minutos, estaremos então em um novo período de blackout de comunicação, mas a equipe então da NASA em terra, em Houston, então decidiu prosseguir com a instalação mesmo durante esse período.
Woody, you will be stowing this APFR on your BRT and then translating to the port CETA cart to drop it off.
Okay. Pick up this APFR, take it to the port CETA cart. Thanks, James.
Affirm, I have instructions on your green hook along the way.
Então, lembrando que para esta missão, então, foi utilizado o braço robótico, né, do Canadá, né, que está instalado então na estação espacial, né, para a utilização então da movimentação do painel solar.
Okay, thanks, James.
As part of this work site cleanup, they are going to be retrieving their articulating portable foot restraints and stowing those with the body restraint tether.
Nesse momento estamos com 2 horas e 42 minutos de caminhada espacial, de acordo ali com o cronômetro da NASA.
P1J1 band, Silver Center with good connection.
Copy. P1 made it to J1. I tracked that is your last ENSA-GL connector, correct, Steve?
I agree.
Então, nesse momento, eles estão retirando o suporte ali, né, que eles utilizaram para se movimentar ali durante a instalação, né, do painel solar. O painel solar, então, já se encontra fixado na estação. Então, foi retirado com sucesso o suporte. Foi instalado, né, temporariamente para a utilização do apoio, né, para a instalação.
We're 30 seconds from a short handover. Steve, go get the MUT end effectors. You'll be stowing them in the cable bag.
MUT end effectors for the cable bag. All right, I'll let Woody clear and I'll head over that way.
Perdemos então o contato com o vídeo. Estamos apenas com contato de rádio nesse momento.
We have an expected loss of signal on our video views as the International Space Station flies around the Earth. Those data links transfer between satellites. During this handover, you can see live views of the Mission Control Center in Houston. Brandon Lloyd is our flight director today. He's part of the 2021 class of flight directors. To his right, in the black shirt, is Jenny City Givens. She is a Canadian Space Agency astronaut. She is the main voice you are hearing speaking with the crew. She is the ground.
Voltamos então agora com contato de vídeo.
IV stands for intravehicular. She is the person that is talking to them while they are.
Meio-dia e 28 no horário de Brasília. Estamos terminando então de acompanhar aí a instalação então do painel solar, iROSA.
The crew is performing some cleanup tasks as they are ahead of schedule. We are waiting on that eclipse to start so that they can safely mate those cables in the dark.
Hey, Johnny, I picked up my green hook.
Copy, Woody. Woody, you will be stowing that APFR in the port CETA cart with 3. That's Zenith Starboard.
3 Zenith Starboard, thanks.
CETA is a CART. CETA stands for Crew and Equipment Translation Aid. He is going to be storing his portable foot restraint on that cart. This is a live helmet camera view from NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. He is translating back to the iROSA worksite.
Dia 30 no horário de Brasília. Estamos acompanhando então a caminhada espacial de número 88, pelo lado americano, com a instalação então do painel solar iROSA.
Correction, he is going to the zenith starboard side for that SETA cart in order to install his portable foot restraint.
Então, portanto, estamos vendo já o painel solar foi instalado agora, recentemente. Estamos aí já com as imagens. Estamos aí com as imagens, então, já do painel já instalado. Vocês podem observar. Estamos aguardando, então, a abertura do painel.
Steve, now that you have stowed those MUT end effectors in the cable bag, we'll have you translate back out to the mod kit and more steps for you shortly. Woody, I have more big picture words for you as well.
Hey, James. Trying to get eyes on width 3. And is it on swing arm 3, James? Do you know?
Affirm, Woody, that's it.
Okay, that's it. Copy. All right, James, I'm ready for APFR clocking and big picture words.
Clocking of 12. And when you install this APFR, we'll take your checks and we'll also have you adjust the MLI on the ingress aid. Best effort. We know that these are tough, but try and get the metal covered up as best you can, please.
MLI stands for multi-layer insulation.
And Woody, just let me know when you get back out here. Gonna need you to move my safety tether back to the other side again. Okay, no problem. Thanks. Yep.
We are currently 2 hours and 51 minutes into our spacewalk.
Estamos aí na marca de 2 horas e 51 minutos com a caminhada espacial. Aí na marca de quase 3 horas.
All right, Copy all. Now, big picture, Woody, we're
Então,
still
nesse momento,
tracking 40 minutes until your guys'
nosso
working
painel
input
solar
time.
iROSA se
So
encontra
that means that we do have
praticamente
time for you to get
instalado.
onto the FSE
Estamos
and
aí só aguardando a abertura, então,
so at this
a
time,
rolagem
as
então
you
do painel.
translate onto the FSE, you do not need to place any rich man's fair lead on the FSE.
The FSE is the flight support equipment. That was that initial work site, the initial work site where they retrieved the iROSA at the beginning of today's spacewalk.
We'll have you at Extension Alpha, Woody.
Okay, Alpha, thanks.
NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoburg
So I go back? Yeah.
continue to be ahead of the timeline. The solar array installation steps are complete. The team is waiting on the beginning of a working eclipse to begin the power connector mates. While they wait, the astronauts are getting ahead on some cleanup steps. These suits continue to perform well. We expect no suit constraints on today's operations.
All right, Steve, we see you back at the mounting bracket. For you, we don't have much to do while Woody does these FSE beam ops, but we would like you to check and replace the MLI, which is on the mounting bracket. I have 3 locations for you to do that when you're ready to copy.
Okay, ready to copy.
We want you to check the right lower strut, left lower strut, and right mid strut MLI.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg has successfully completed a work-ahead step of stowing his portable foot restraint unit onto a cart. He is now headed to the flight support equipment area where he will be stowing a beam.
That one's off the pole.
Copy, Steve.
That one's better. It's on the bolt now. Ground looks like it's in.
Copy, Steve.
Right. Look. Do you have video?
We do have video. Affirm.
Okay, that should look a lot better than it did.
It does, thank you.
Is there something lower on the lower strut or just this on the right lower?
Checking.
This is a view of NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. He is EV1 today, and that is designated by the red stripe on his spacesuit.
Okay, right mid-strut. I'm not back. I'm back. Any in place at Alpha?
Copy. Woody, you are going to have to relocate the adjustable equipment tether from the lower stanchion of the FSE handrail to the top stanchion of the FSE handrail, and we'll also need to socket swap before we start bolt ups.
Copy.
When the astronauts are conducting spacewalks, they have 2 tethers.
Woody, a reminder for you, when you're on the FSE, no sudden movements, quick grabs, or sudden stops, and we'll wait till FSE motion dampens out before imparting any loads.
Copy. Adjustable swaps, socket swap and work.
Copy.
São 12h40 no horário de Brasília. Estamos acompanhando então a caminhada espacial de número 88 com a instalação do painel solar iROSA. Como vocês podem observar, então o painel solar já está praticamente instalado, né, e já está na configuração aberta. E aí então estamos aguardando a rolagem então do painel solar.
Copy, Steve. We're checking, and I copy the good pull test for Woody. Woody, you can hand start C3 one turn.
C3 one turn, hand start. Work. Just that there a little bit more. I think I might have to loosen the adjustable on the other side to allow that. Let me see.
We copy, Woody. We might have to head over there to do that. That's okay. And
Yeah, I think so.
all right, we copy. Steve, next for you is to check the MLI on the left lower strut to the mounting bracket. The other ones look good. Great job.
Right. Off the lower at the mounting bracket.
Good words.
Yeah, I did that today.
I have an updated PET for both of you. We are 3 hours into this EVA. Our limiting consumable is Woody's battery, and we're tracking toward 7 hours and 30 minutes in total. We are way ahead of the timeline as you guys are doing cleanup get-aheads. We have still just over 30 minutes to our working eclipse, so lots of time to get these done.
Thanks so much for the update, James. We appreciate it.
You guys doing a great job.
Jenny City Gibbons from Mission Control Houston, the spacewalk communicator today for the crew, just gave an update on our timeline. We have just reached 3 hours in the spacewalk, and we are running
Estamos agora com 3 horas de caminhada espacial concluída nesse momento.
Right now we are waiting in about 30 minutes for an eclipse to start.
E dentro de 30 minutos, então, teremos um novo período de perda de comunicação.
Copy. 2 to 3 turns hand started on C3. You can translate to stanchion Bravo. We'll be relocating that adjustable equipment tether from the lower to the upper stanchion like you did at stanchion Alpha.
I already completed that, actually, James. I had to go do that in order to give myself enough slack.
Okay, copy. Great work. Stand by 1. And Woody, did you hand start C5 as well while you were over there?
I did not.
Okay.
Just C3.
We need to hand start.
C5 is, okay.
Affirm, we need to hand start both.
Então estamos ao vivo aí, 12h44 no horário de Brasília. Estamos acompanhando então a caminhada espacial de número 88. Então, lembrando que daqui a mais ou menos a 29 minutos, né, vamos entrar então no novo período de blackout de comunicação via rádio e vídeo. Que são períodos já esperados, né, normais, que acontecem em cada período, devido ao problema com a comunicação com os satélites. Mas a instalação do painel solar já se encontra praticamente já concluída, né? Só estamos aí aguardando então a liberação, né, para a abertura do painel, né, da rolagem do painel. Meio-dia e 45 no horário de Brasília.
With Steve Bowen complete on his get-ahead task, NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is still working on
2 to 3 turns on C5. You can get your PGT ready. We'll be driving C5 first, and you'll be.
Então estamos em imagens com o capacete do astronauta Hoburg.
Copy.
And you did say C5, right, Jim?
Affirm, you can start at C5, the bolt that you just hand started, but I want to tell you, this is important, that the bolts must be stopped on turn count, and since you hand started this 2 to 3 turns, we want 18 turns only.
Okay. 18 only on C5, I copy. You ready for me to start those turns?
Affirm, your go.
Thanks, Jim. Starting turns.
And Steve, for you, we have no other get-aheads, so you will be just getting in a good position to get the best views possible for the next 20-ish minutes while we get in position for the working eclipse.
Sounds good to me. Maybe you first.
while NASA astronaut Steve Bowen hangs out at the work site while we are waiting on that eclipse to start. NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is securing a beam to the flight support equipment area.
Copy, 17 turns on C5.
He is utilizing a PGT or pistol grip tool to secure those bolts in place.
And it felt pretty torquey to me. I did not torque out, but I could tell there was significant torque.
That sounds good to us. You can stow your PGT and retrieve the adjustable equipment tether.
Work.
The pistol grip tool is essentially a space drill. It is used to apply torque to those bolts.
Okay, Johnny, heading back to C3.
Copy.
Estamos vendo a imagem do Steve Bowen, né, trabalhando então aí no painel solar iROSA.
Woody, your settings here for driving C3 are the same. Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2 is set. 17 turns, no more.
Let's do 18 turns, 18. Woody.
Okay. 18 turns. Sounds good. All right, just because I'm hanging out here. Where are we?
Steve, Woody is almost finished up at the FSE. And you should be passing.
Where in the world are we?
You should be passing just over the northwestern edge of Africa right now.
Okay, thank you. Good jams, 18 turns on C3.
Copy, 18 turns on C3. That's a good bolt. You can retrieve your adjustable equipment tether, stow it on your mini workstation, and then we'll have you pick up crew lock bag T.
Okay, got the adjustable going to get T, thanks.
Woody has successfully installed that beam on the flight support equipment area, and he is now headed to retrieve a tool bag.
And Woody, your preference here, you can stow those adjustables that you just picked up on the outside of crew lock bag T, and then we will have that on your BRT. You can keep them on your mini workstation if you prefer that.
Gotcha.
He also has some adjustable equipment tethers or straps that he is also going to attach to the tool bag he is picking up.
I'll keep one and drop one.
Copy.
You can see a view of that tool bag right now with NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. He just attached one of those equipment tethers to it.
And Woody, additional words for you. We would like that wire tie, which is on the tower handrail, to stay with the bag.
Copy. Pick up the wire tie.
Good words.
This is yet another get-ahead task. We are a little over 20 minutes from our eclipse, where we can start mating the cables on the solar array. These solar arrays cannot be powered off, so that's why we have to plug them in during an eclipse, so that there is no power running through the solar array when the astronauts go to actually connect those cables.
Nesse momento está meio-dia e 53 no horário de Brasília. Faltam aí em torno de 20 minutos, então, para entrarmos no período novo de blackout, né, de comunicação com a estação, né, que são períodos já esperados, né, de blackout. Mas nesse momento a instalação já se encontra praticamente feita, né, da painel solar iROSA. Estamos aí só concluindo algumas instalações de cabos.
You can stow crew lock bag T on the port seater cart.
Go T on the port seater cart. Copy, thanks, Jim.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is now going to move that tool bag over to the cart, and then he will make his way back to the solar array installation station.
Good safety tether configure. Stand by one.
Take your time. We still have 20 minutes to our working eclipse start.
All right, Jenny, confirm you said port Cedar cart?
Affirm.
Okay, thank you.
He is heading to the cart on the port side. CETA stands for the Crew and Equipment Translation Aid. That orbital night time is less than 20 minutes away. It occurs when the Earth is shadowing the International Space Station. The International Space Station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes. 45 of those are in sunlight and 45 are in dark.
Já estamos aí com mais de 3 horas, né, de caminhada espacial nesse momento. Estamos aí acompanhando então a caminhada de número 88 do lado americano. Lembrando então que no dia 21 nós vamos ter também caminhada espacial do lado russo.
This is live helmet camera footage from NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. This is his second spacewalk. Today he is installing the solar array on the 1B power channel. On June 9th, he worked with NASA astronaut Steve Bowen.
Lembrando, né, de sempre de você deixar o like, de se inscrever no canal e de seguir também as redes, a gente nas redes sociais. Não perder então nenhuma transmissão aí ao vivo. 12h56.
The crew exited the airlock.
Nós estamos aí com as imagens da câmera de capacete do Wood, né? Do Hoburg. Estamos aí com 3 horas e 14 minutos de caminhada espacial. O painel solar já está praticamente instalado, né? Só estamos terminando aí de fazer instalações de cabos. Mas ele já se encontra praticamente instalado na estação. Só estamos aguardando a autorização então para a rolagem então do painel. Então a iROSA, né, é o painel solar Roll-Out Solar Array, que chegou então junto com outro par de painel na Estação Espacial Internacional no dia 6 de junho pela missão de carga CRS-28, que acompanhamos também aqui ao vivo o lançamento e a sua chegada na estação. E hoje então estamos aí acompanhando a instalação do segundo par de do painel solar iROSA. O primeiro par foi instalado então no dia 9 de junho e agora estamos acompanhando a instalação do segundo par de painel.
Socket swap would be good pull test, James.
Copy, good pull test on the socket swap.
The space station is currently flying 257 statute miles over Nigeria.
Would you verify your gauntlets are down?
Gauntlets down.
Copy. You are translating back out to S6. On the way, drop your green hook on S5 handrail 2140. That's the same place where you picked it up.
The gauntlet is that covering of material just above his glove.
2140.
Good words. And we have about 15 minutes until our working eclipse starts.
Estamos então a 15 minutos do novo período de blackout de comunicação e rádio. 1 hora no horário de Brasília.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is now heading back. Is now heading back to the workstation for the solar array.
So, in the other direction.
Sorry, James. Oh boy.
Do not worry about it.
Oh boy.
You're in great shape. We got plenty of time. It's good practice.
Thought I could tag the E6, you know, why not?
Yeah, well, you're here.
It'll only take another minute or two.
Yeah, if it wasn't clear, don't actually do that. We want you going to S6.
I'm already headed that way.
We see it.
You don't need feeder car brakes yet, do you?
No.
Okay, great.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is translating the sides of the International Space Station, heading back to the workstation where the International Space Station rollout solar array is awaiting for its cables to be mated during our upcoming solar eclipse, starting in about 12 minutes.
Okay, and James, just confirming, 2140, I'm expecting that outboard of the Sarge, which I just crossed, gauntlets down.
A-firm, it should be on S5, and it's on the second A-frame that you encounter.
The mirror you're seeing on his right arm is used for him to be able to look at the controls on his spacesuit. Because he's in the helmet, he can't look down physically, so the astronauts utilize these mirrors in order to see on their chest. Because of that mirror, those controls are backwards on the spacesuit if you were just to look at them straight on.
All right, I'm at 2117 on with 5, now 2128.
He is confirming his...
With 11.
You've just passed the first A-frame. The handrail's on the second A-frame.
Okay.
He is confirming his location to flight control. Team members here in mission control. They know the location of all of these different grab bars for the astronauts to use to get around the International Space Station.
Oh, it is, okay, it is right by with 11. Got it.
A-firm, it should be...
Hidden on the backside.
Should be near your right hand.
Let's see.
As Woody moves from area to area, he relocates his tethers. He has both a safety tether and also an additional local tether.
Okay, Jeremy, green hook's on 2140.
He is confirming where he has placed his tether.
Copy, Woody. That's a good config. You can translate outboard to the mod kit.
Good work.
A beautiful view of the Earth below. The space station is currently flying over Angola in Africa.
Woody, as you continue your translation outboard, you're a straight shot for this translation, but if you can get eyes on Steve's tether, make sure that it's still fair lead around the perimeter of S6. We'd appreciate it.
E 5 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos aí então sobre a região da Angola, na África. Estamos então acompanhando a missão de caminhada espacial de número 88, né, com a instalação do painel solar iROSA. O painel solar já se encontra praticamente instalado, só estamos aí finalizando a parte de ligação de cabos, né, de energia para podermos assim acionar o painel solar antes do período de blackout de eclipse, né, de comunicação. Estamos aí chegando quase na marca de 3 horas e 30 minutos, né, de caminhada. Já estamos aí na marca de 3:23.
And you can see NASA astronaut Steve Bowen coming into view on NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg's helmet cam.
Lembrando que essa missão então de caminhada espacial está sendo conduzida pelo Steve Bowen e o astronauta Hoburg.
Going low. I can get a high speed.
There are a couple of cables that the crew can work on pre-eclipse. They are the J cables. You will hear call-outs for those coming up.
Thanks a lot. Absolutely.
And we are about 6 minutes out from that working eclipse.
Estamos então a 6 minutos do eclipse.
What you do just to keep our that we won't cross again. Yeah.
Woody and Steve, now that we are both in position at the mod kit, I have big picture words for both of you.
Sounds great, James.
We are 6 minutes from our working eclipse time and 6 minutes from a data LOS. We'll have voice for all but the last 2 minutes of that 8-minute data LOS. Depending where we are in the procedure, we'll treat that potentially like a handover. If not, I'll be very clear if I'm handing off to Frank. We will, before we go LOS for data, do our best to confirm safing from the ground, but if we need to, we'll loop in onboard IV to do that for us.
Copy, James. Great overview. And I copy as well.
All right, so with that, we can have Woody translate to the right blanket box, and Steve, you can get in position to the left blanket box. We will have you demate the new cable wing tab connectors, which are on the mid-strut, from one another.
Copy.
They are going to be unconnecting these first sets of cables. Words also from Mission Control Houston that even with our upcoming expected loss of signal, the team is still going to be working.
You should see P7 Alpha and J7 Alpha and P21 Alpha, J21 Alpha.
On board, they have NASA astronaut Frank Rubio as their support.
I do. I see J7 Alpha and P7. And where's the other connector? There it is.
Copy, Steve. You have the right connectors. Woody, you should have...
And Jams, I'm beaming.
1h10 no horário de Brasília. Então, nesse momento, os cabos de energia estão sendo conectados. Antigo período
That's what I've got.
de blackout de comunicação.
You can see the lighting begin to change as we head into that eclipse. We are about 3 minutes away from that orbital nighttime. This is the 8th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year in support of its assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. And this is the 6th International Space Station rollout solar array to be installed on the station. On June 9th, the team worked to this exact team worked to install the solar array on the opposite side of the station. The solar array installed on June 9th and the one being installed today were delivered on the SpaceX Cargo Resupply Service mission, number 28, on June 5th.
Hi, Jenny. My cables are demated and I'm in position.
Copy, Woody.
All right, I'm still working on it. Got to get that wire tied up.
Copy, Steve.
And James, I've got a ret to that cap that we're going to be demating eventually.
Copy,
Okay,
Woody.
my cables are disconnected. To make some sliding movement here, get some clearance on the panel connectors. Okay. Coming to beacon 3.
Copy. We are about a minute from our 8-minute data LOS. Again, we have voice in all but the last 2 minutes. I'm Prime IV, and we have just over a minute to our working eclipse start. Warning, you must not demate SAW connectors until eclipse plus 2 minutes. I'll tell you when that is. And you must maintain a 1-foot keep-out zone from any demated connectors starting 2 minutes prior to and during installation. We should not be in that situation, but again, I will give you warning if we are.
Copy, James. Copy.
We are waiting for our working eclipse to start in about 30 seconds and then safing. So stand by.
Daqui a 30 segundos vamos entrar então no período de blackout de comunicação.
Are ones that cannot be mated until we are in that working eclipse. Again, this is a safety measure to give all the arrays enough time to discharge power while the astronauts
E
are
entramos em
in
blackout.
electrical cables.
Estamos então em blackout de comunicação nesse momento.
Our video data stream is being handed over to satellites, but we do still have audio connection with the astronauts outside.
Estamos então acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 88, né, com a instalação então do painel solar iROSA. Nesse momento então estamos em blackout de comunicação de vídeo e rádio. Uma hora e 15 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos aí caminhando aí, quase chegando na marca de 4 horas de caminhada, né, espacial. Estamos nesse momento então no período de blackout de comunicação com a Estação Espacial Internacional.
One day shy of the 2-year anniversary of the first iROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array. That first installation was on June 16th of 2021, and here we are about 2 years later, completing that 6th solar array installation. With this spacewalk, we will have installed 6 International Space Station rollout solar arrays onto the space station. We are expecting a 30% increase in power output. These new solar arrays are rolled out in front of the legacy arrays, but the legacy arrays will continue to produce power as well. Each of the new arrays are about half the size, but thanks to advances in technology, they are much more powerful. This new setup with iROSA and the legacy arrays will increase that power production capabilities to a combined total of more than 250 kilowatts. For comparison, the average American home uses around 2 kilowatts at any given time, and the space station currently consumes about 75 to 90 kilowatts. This is the 6th International Space Station rollout solar array to be installed. However, NASA and Boeing have a plan in place for a 4th set of rollout arrays to further augment the International Space Station's power supply. These arrays, which would be the 7th and 8th to be installed on the space station, are targeted to be delivered in the 2025 timeframe. So until then, the space station will be running with these 6 iROSA combined with those legacy solar arrays. A recap of where we are at in the spacewalk during this expected loss of signal as our data is transferred between satellites. Our spacewalk started this morning at 8:42 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:42 a.m. Central Time. NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen exited the airlock. They released the solar array from its flight support equipment area and relocated it to its current work site at the 1B power supply. This is on the starboard 6 truss. On board Emirati Space Agency astronaut Sultan Al-Nayati controlled a robotic arm that carried NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg and the iROSA over to the starboard 6 truss area. The robotic arm was not long enough to reach exactly where they needed to be, so together NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg and NASA astronaut Steve Bowen conducted a leapfrog maneuver, passing the solar array between themselves to reach its final work site. The team worked very efficiently and was ahead of schedule, so the flight control team here that you are seeing a live view of made the decision for the team to conduct some work ahead cleanup activities that
Bem,
were on their
estamos
schedule
1 hora e
to be
21
done
minutos no
after
horário de
the
Brasília. Estamos
solar array
ainda
installation.
em período de
With a couple of
blackout de
those items
comunicação, né, com a
completed,
Estação
then we have entered
Espacial
into
Internacional.
our orbital nighttime,
Estamos
where the
aguardando então
astronauts
o
are now
retorno da
able to
comunicação.
safely mate the cables and connect the solar array to the space station's
Estamos
power
aí na
supply.
parte final de instalação então do painel solar do iROSA, né, com a ligação então dos cabos de energia do painel. Você sempre ficando ligado aqui na nossa transmissão, lembrando sempre que amanhã nós vamos então acompanhar a missão do último voo do Ariane 5, com o voo 261 da Ariane Space.
Houston's back with you on 1.
Hi, Jenny.
Estamos de volta então com a
Hey, Woody, we'll take a status from you.
comunicação via rádio
We are
com a Estação Espacial Internacional. Estamos de volta.
All
We
right.
have not started.
All right, copy. No problem. We have plenty of time left in our working eclipse. We have just over 20 minutes. That was an unexpected voice LOS. The team's looking into it. In the meantime, I can confirm safing is in place, so let's get started. Woody, you can either start with the cap to P23 or the SAW cable P9. We need one of those disconnected from the panel. Let me know which you choose from. And likewise, for Steve, we're looking at P7 or P21.
Nesse momento, então, 1 hora e 22 minutos pelo horário de Brasília. Estamos ainda acompanhando a transmissão ao vivo da instalação então do
Each of the
painel
cables have
solar
different
iROSA.
numbers.
Connect P9 alpha to panel P9. I'll take
Estamos agora na parte então de conexão dos cabos ao painel solar.
P9 Alpha.
The spacewalk communicator here in Mission Control Houston is instructing the astronauts on which cable to attach where in the panel. Jenny Seide Gibbons is the
No fog, no bent pins.
she's there in the black shirt. She is
Working on the main.
She is also a Canadian Space Agency astronaut.
to connect her hard stop.
Copy.
Together, she is working with spacewalk
Estimated to connect her hard stop.
spacewalk officers
Copy, Woody. Mate J9 alpha to SAW cable P9.
who are tracking their procedures.
J9 Alpha to SAW cable P9.
I'll take your checks.
Megan Shutika is the lead spacewalk officer today, and Miranda Nelson is the spacewalk task officer.
Estamos agora então na
However,
parte
it is Jenny who is the
de
one
conexão
who
com
is
os cabos, né,
communicating
com a
directly
Estação
with the
Espacial
crew, and that is the
Internacional
voice that you hear.
com o painel solar iROSA.
And it's good.
Brandon Lloyd is the flight director. As in the Apollo days, the flight director has the utmost authority and responsibility for the success of the mission and the safety of the astronauts.
Woody, you are go.
Wing cap connect her hard stop.
Copy.
The astronauts are working through mating those cables during our orbital nighttime.
And Steve, I heard a good connection, P7 alpha to panel P7. Is that correct?
We should be getting video views back in about 6 minutes.
Então, daqui a 6 minutos teremos a comunicação de volta em vídeo.
You can now mate P7 alpha to panel P7 if not done already.
Working the panel. And Jenny, I'm ready to move my cap.
Affirm, disconnect the wing tap connector cap from panel P23. You will be putting that connector cap on J23 alpha.
Okay, it's disconnected. I'm moving it to J23 alpha.
Affirm, and I'll take checks on J23 alpha.
Okay. J23 alpha, no 5, no bent pins. And there's no
Lembrando então que agora no nosso canal, o IPTV, você acompanha também as caminhadas espaciais, tanto do lado americano quanto do lado russo. Fiquem ligados no nosso canal. Estamos agora na parte de finalização da instalação então do painel solar, a iROSA, né, com ligação dos cabos, né, do painel com a estação. Estamos ainda no período de blackout de vídeo, deve voltar dentro de alguns minutos, mas estamos já com a comunicação via rádio, né? Então nesse momento nossa chefe aí de comunicação, né, sala de controle de Houston, está se comunicando então com a estação espacial para fazer então a ligação dos cabos com a estação.
These are the cables on the solar array.
Lembrando então que esse painel solar, a iROSA, né, chegou na Estação Espacial Internacional pela missão de carga CRS-28, né, que a gente acompanhou ao vivo então a chegada da cápsula de carga no dia 6 de junho desse mês, dia 6 de junho. A gente acompanhou aqui ao vivo. E essa missão então da caminhada espacial está sendo conduzida pela expedição de número 69, que está a bordo então da Estação Espacial Internacional, principalmente então pelos astronautas Steve Bowen e Hoburg, conhecido como último.
Copy. I'm tracking that is your last connection, Woody. All connectors are to hard stop. You can clean up any remaining cable slack as required.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg has completed connecting all of his cables.
Alpha to P21 is complete. Working the panel.
Copy. J21 alpha mated to saw cable P21. Good checks and to connector hard stop.
Jen
can move on to connecting P21 alpha to panel P21.
Jenny Gibbons is following along a very detailed set of procedures for all of these tasks. She is speaking with the flight director right now.
Woody, you can translate to the ISS inboard side of the mod kit, and When you're ready, we'll take a glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check.
Copy all jams. Just cleaning up one bit, and then that'll be in work.
Copy.
With those cables successfully mated,
We'll get in the wire tie off of the connector here.
correction, we're waiting on one more cable from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen.
On the middle strut. Alright, now it's free. Alright, the good pins, be my bed, no fraud.
Your go to mate, Steve.
Steve Bowen is working on his final cable while Woody Hoburg is translating to the next area of the work site.
Chegando então na marca de 3 horas e 50 minutos de caminhada espacial. Com a caminhada então de número 88. 1 hora e 31 minutos. Ainda estamos sem contato de vídeo, mas estamos ainda com contato de rádio. E nesse momento então os astronautas aí fazem a ligação dos cabos com o painel solar.
Copy, Steve. I'm tracking that is your last connector and the last connector that we need to complete during this eclipse. So well done, both of you. We still have 13 minutes of that working eclipse. You both did great. Steve, you can clean up the remaining slack in the cable as required.
Yep. To get my stuff disentangled from it.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen will now tidy up any additional cable slack.
And in terms of my gloves, no change and a dry hat. Gauntlets are down.
Copy, Woody. Good checks. And for you both, we just got video back.
Welcome back.
E estamos de volta com o vídeo. Vocês podem observar, então a gente está fazendo a conexão dos cabos, né, com a painel solar.
In between satellites as the International Space Station orbits the Earth. NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg just conducted a glove, gauntlet, and hap check. Hap is a helmet absorption pad. This is in the back of the helmet. The crew uses this to determine if there's any excess water in their helmet. All things looked good for Woody, and he is now...
Two parts of that. I think the slack is picked up pretty well, just the bundle here. I think I'm complete.
Copy, Steve.
Sorry, let me know.
Steve, with that, I'll take a glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check from you as well.
All right, let me get that to the...
Stand by one, Steve. We'll have you...
Okay.
Steve, we'll have you stay in this position for now.
Okay, back.
Basically, your next step is to get in a good position for viewing iROSA deploy. So wherever you think is best, it could be where you currently are, it could be on the mass canister handrail, it could be back on S6. We'll let you decide.
Oh, I understand now. Okay, let me look. More than a few short bit there. Okay. Let me get down to a little settle.
Falta pouco aí para a liberação do painel solar da iROSA.
Copy. And we have again lots of time here, 10 more minutes of
Caso
our
para
working eclipse.
rollout, né? Saída, liberação então do painel.
So we have at least 10 minutes to get ready.
1 hora e 34 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos acompanhando então a caminhada de número 88, do lado americano.
And Steve, let's send you back to the blanket box to check that all the connectors are mated to hard stop. We are unaware of whether we might have bumped one out of position. If you already checked them, you could just let us know, and that's fine for us.
I did, but I'll go back and check. We got time.
We just didn't have video at the time, Steve.
They all look like they're the hard stop, including the ones that were already mated.
Mission control team is asking for a video visual on those cables.
Great config, Steve. Thank you for triple checking for us.
On those cables, just to make sure that everything looks good, being that we did not have video views during that mating process.
Where I can get to see things.
This is the helmet cam from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen. He is going to get in a good position to view the rollout of the solar array. He is looking at his teammate today, NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. Woody Hoburg has the red stripe on his spacesuit today. He is EV1 and Steve is EV2. Once that solar array does start to unroll, it will take about 12 minutes for it to fully unfurl.
Okay, Kenny, do you have video? How does that look?
We do have video, and that looks great, Steve. Thank you.
Okay, I'll see if I can make myself stable here then.
Sounds good to us. When you're ready, I need a glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check.
All right, thanks. That hat is dry. Gauntlets are down. White glove is good.
Can see NASA astronaut Steve Bowen conducting his glove check.
And left glove is good.
He is inspecting it for any unexpected damage. Everything looks good.
Woody and Steve, we're still waiting for a Spartan check down here. In the meantime, one warning for you. Prior to releasing the deployment launch restraint bolts, stay clear of the deploying iROSA blankets. In your current position, you will both be clear.
Copy, thanks, James. And I copy as well.
A little bit ago, you heard the call out for Spartan. That is a console position here in Mission Control Houston. Spartan stands for Station Power, Articulation, Thermal, and Analysis. They manage the external cooling system as well as power generation and distribution for the space station. Spartan will be monitoring the power generated by the array once it is being rolled out. The astronauts have completed their tasks that were needed to mate the new cables during this working eclipse. They are waiting until orbital sunrise to actually start unfurling the solar array. We are expecting that to happen in about 5 minutes.
Uma hora e 40 minutos pelo horário de Brasília. Estamos ainda acompanhando a missão de caminhada espacial de número 88, quase com o término aí da instalação então do iROSA.
Showing the location of where the astronauts are right now. They are on this iROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array 1B. On June 9th, this same duo, NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg and NASA astronaut
Então, temos aí o diagrama, né, onde está agora os
Solar
astronautas, né, na
1A
parte então
power channel.
iROSA 1B.
Woody and Steve,
Né, no dia 9 foi o iROSA
3 to
1A.
4 minutes until we're
Está
in
marcado aí
but I have an updated PET for you.
no diagrama então aí da Estação Espacial Internacional.
Into a 7-hour, 30-minute EVA with the limiting consumable being Woody's battery. Following our deploy steps, we have about 15 minutes of cleanup, which is faster than you were expecting based on your study time because of the get-aheads we did earlier, and the team is reassessing what we will be doing after that.
Thanks, James. Copy.
For your information, we are also looking into why our SHA-SS comm path didn't allow us to speak to you during that data LOS, made it into a full LOS for us. For your awareness, we have another one of those coming up where we should have SHA-SS, but we're going to try and address the problem before then. We might be handing over to Frank for that time if we need to.
Copy. Thanks, James.
Mission control team confirming that expected loss of signal of video extended.
We don't have to worry about that potential LOS for a while. That's over an hour away.
Extended momentarily to unexpected also on the voice side. Our next planned loss of signal coming up in about an hour. The team should have voice with the astronauts for the majority of that loss of signal. We just won't have video views. We are just over 4 hours into today's spacewalk, and the crew has already worked ahead on additional tasks that were planned. NASA astronaut Steve Bowen, this is his 10th spacewalk today. And it is Woody Hoburg's second spacewalk. They launched together as part of the NASA Crew 6 mission. They arrived to the space station on March 3rd of 2023. For Bowen, after today being his 10th spacewalk, it will tie him for the most spacewalks by a U.S. astronaut. He will be then tied with Mike Lopez, Alegria, Bob Behnken, Peggy Whitson, and Chris Cassidy.
Woody and Steve, we're headed into installation. Spartan will do their check shortly.
Great. And James, I'm going to have Alpha 1 counter 2 set.
We are heading into that orbital sunrise.
You should be in position for R9 and R10. Your settings are Bravo 7, counter 2.
My fault. All right, Bravo 7, counter 2, concur. Got it.
Good readback.
Next up, they will release the launch restraint bolts, which will allow the solar array to unroll. NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg working on those launch restraint bolts to release those. And this live view from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera. He has positioned himself to have a good view of that solar array unfurling. His next job is to observe these first set of magnets, make sure that they snap together during that initial deployment. There are magnets along the rim of the solar array that actually aids with helping it to unfurl. The team is waiting for a go from Spartan.
All right, Woody and Steve, we have the check that we need. So with that, we are go for deploy. Steve, you stay in position. Woody, you can release R9 and R10. The white line will appear when the bolts are fully released.
1h49 no horário de Brasília. Estamos aí acompanhando a caminhada de número 88, com a instalação então do painel solar iROSA, 1h50. Estamos aí próximos da liberação então da rolagem do painel solar. Estamos aí então nos aproximando da abertura final então do painel solar.
Hoburg is utilizing his pistol grip tool or his spacewalk drill to loosen those restraint bolts.
Any bolt popped out at 1/6 turns. I see the white line visible.
Copy, white line visible.
Então todos os cabos de energia já foram conectados no painel solar, a iROSA, e também na estação espacial, né, com a estação. E só falta aí no próximo então nascer do sol, né? Então para a rolagem do painel solar ser concluída. Estamos chegando então próximos aí do término desta missão de hoje, né? A caminhada de número 88. Com a instalação então do painel solar iROSA na posição B. Ontem foi na posição A. Ontem não, dia 9 foi no A. E hoje então está sendo no B. Como vimos no diagrama mostrado aí agora há pouco.
Yeah, not coming out like the last one with a wiggle. Can I give it a few more turns, James?
Stand by one, Woody.
Yep, got it, the wiggle. Wiggle works, Larry.
Copy, we see it. Well done.
And with those restraint bolts released,
e aí sim, estamos já acompanhando a abertura do painel solar, da rolagem do painel solar. 1h52 no horário de Brasília.
This is the helmet camera view from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen.
Estamos vendo então a rolagem do painel solar iROSA neste momento.
12 minutes for the solar array to completely unfurl.
Imagens belíssimas aí da abertura do painel solar junto com a Terra.
A beautiful view with the Earth below. The International Space Station is approaching the coast of Hawaii.
There's 5 magnets on my side are faded.
Copy, Steve. We see that in your HECA as well. Thank you.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen confirming that he sees those magnets have properly engaged, with another confirmation from the flight control team here in Houston. He is going to remain in that position to keep a good visual on the solar array as it rolls out. About 2 years from the first iROSA unrolling is the sixth iROSA unrolling. Again, that first iROSA or International Space Station rollout solar array was installed on June 16th of 2021.
Estamos acompanhando então a abertura, a rolagem então do painel solar, a iROSA. Então esse é o sexto painel solar iROSA, instalado na Estação Espacial Internacional. Uma hora e 55 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos aí com belíssimas imagens.
Copy, Woody. We are getting eyes on that. We appreciate the report. Would you be able to get a picture on your camera as well?
Of course.
Belíssimas imagens aí do momento então da rolagem do iROSA.
Woody and Steve, we're about halfway through deploy. We'll let you know when we can get moving again after deploy is complete.
After the solar array is deployed, the team will then proceed to tension it or make it be pulled tight. You can see the view here of a size comparison between the new solar array with the legacy array. When unrolled, the International Space Station rollout solar array, the new one, will be 60 feet long by 20 feet wide, and the legacy ones are 112 feet long and 39 feet wide.
Lembrando então que esse painel solar, né, tem em torno aí de 18 metros de comprimento e 6 de largura. Estamos aí acompanhando ao vivo para vocês aí a rolagem então da painel solar iROSA.
SSRMS, or the Space Station Remote Manipulator System, also known as the Canadarm2. It is a contribution from the Canadian Space Agency. It helps move supplies, equipment, and even astronauts during spacewalks like the one today. It is over 57 feet long when it is fully extended.
right, Woody and Steve, we have about 2 minutes left of deploy, and I have big picture words ready for both of you.
Great, ready to copy.
Woody, you will be completing the tensioner bolt release and then doing work site cleanup pretty much as written in the procedure. We'll have you get crew lock bag M, and then you'll be translating inboard, picking up your green hook along the way, and then working with SSRMS to retrieve the APFR. Following that, we'll have more information. Steve, you ready?
I'm ready to copy.
Steve, for you, following deploy, you are going to pick up the cable bag and put it on your BRT. You'll translate inboard, picking up your green hook on the way, and then we will have you at the CETA cart bundling that bag to crew lock bag T.
Understand.
BRT stands for Body Restraint Tether.
Or close to it, we'll have words on get-aheads.
Sounds good.
Nesse momento, né, 2 horas e 2 minutos, pelo horário de Brasília, né, nós tivemos concluído aí, então, a abertura da rolagem então, do painel solar iROSA. Nesse momento instalado e rolado com sucesso.
Magnets on your side weren't perfectly lined up before, but they are now.
Copy. And we think that that pop is normal.
Copy. Great.
Okay, with that, deploy is complete. So well done, both of you. Steve, you can translate to retrieve the cable bag. And Woody, sudden stops and quick grabs are still not allowed on the
Então,
market.
deploy concluído da iROSA. Confirmado, então, a conclusão do deploy.
You can get in position for the tensioner bolts.
2 horas e 3 minutos no horário de Brasília. Nesse momento, a instalação se encontra concluída com sucesso.
That is going to pull the solar array tight. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is going to start with some cleanup activities.
And Woody and Steve, can either of you confirm that the magnets on the other side that Steve was not looking at have snapped together successfully?
They have. I can see them from here. All the magnets, the first 5 I can see clearly. The rest I watched at the end. They all snapped right into place at the very end. That was part of what that tensioning that Woody just mentioned was.
All right, thank you. We'll take that. That check is good for us. Steve, again, you're headed to the cable back.
All right, going to cable bag. And Jenny, I have Alpha 1, Counter 2 set. R11.
Good settings. You will be releasing these 5 to 6 turns. A white line will be visible when released.
Copy, starting turns.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is turning those tensioner bolts. You can see movement on the solar array as it is pulled tight.
Steve, repeat your last.
I'm passing several cable clamps that are undone, and I could.
Nesse momento a gente pode observar então a movimentação do painel solar.
Okay, Steve, we copy. You can close those if you want, but it's not required.
Okay.
As NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is translating to his new location, he saw some open
shorthand over.
open cable ties. The mission control team in Houston confirmed that he can close them, but it's just optional.
Tivemos aí então perda de comunicação de vídeo. Então é isso, né? Praticamente nossa missão já foi concluída. Estamos aí então de volta à base em Houston. Quatro horas e 24 minutos de caminhada espacial.
Back with you, Woody.
Okay, I waited for you guys for R12, but I'm ready to start turns.
Here you go.
Okay, Jenny, I saw the pop on the array at 3 turns. That was similar to what I saw on R11. I continued the bolt to your minimum 5 turns, and I have a white band visible.
Copy. The pop happened after 3 turns, but you got
Estamos de volta então lá com a comunicação em vídeo.
Okay, firm.
All right, Woody, those are good bolts. You can verify that all the MLI on the mod kit is in place. No metal should be showing from the struts or collar bolts.
Sounds good. Looking.
Mission control team confirming that everything looks good on the rolled out solar array that has now been pulled tight thanks to tensioner bolts.
Okay, Jenny, I have field back to my BRT on a rep. And I'm picking it up.
Copy, Steve. You have the cable bag on your BRT. You will be releasing it from structure and translating inboard, picking up your green hook on the way.
And NASA astronaut Steve Bowen confirming that he has the tool bag on his body restraint tether. Here you can see a view of that.
We have one additional step before you head to the crew lock bag. We're interested in why that part of the center of iROSA that you reported didn't deploy nominally, and we're wondering if you can get us a view on the outboard side. It would be the back from your perspective previously of that portion of the array. We understand that's really challenging because you're on S6, but we'll take your best effort.
Okay, I'll see if I can do it. Jenny, do you have in my HECA this piece of MOI? Want me to put a wire tie on that, or?
Checking.
There's no metal exposed.
All right, Woody, if no metal is showing, you can leave it as is. Thank you.
Okay, copy that. I will try to get that view now.
We appreciate it. And if you are able to get a view, we'd also like a photo, please.
Gotcha. Try.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is attempting to get a visual and a photo of an area during deploy that teams believe may have been abnormal.
Yeah, I see it perfectly. So, as I think what we're dealing with is on the back side of the array, there are some yellow foam strips, and it looks like that white rectangle is just caught on the edge of one of the yellow foam strips.
All right, we see it in your HECA. Thank you so much, Woody.
Okay, I'll get you some photos.
HECA is the helmet cam. That is the live view you are seeing right now.
We see you pulling out your camera, and we appreciate it. We will take some photos of that. Thank you, Woody.
Yeah, of course, no problem.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is taking a photo for engineering analysis, but this issue is not expected to impact the performance of the solar array.
Okay, I think I got some good shots, James.
Great. Thank you, Woody. We appreciate it. Your next step is to release the scoop from the mounting bracket with the adjustable equipment tethers on it, and you'll be stowing that in the crew lock bag.
Copy. Okay, I have retrieved my green hook. Taking my translation inboard.
Copy and concur, Steve.
Here you can see that tool bag. He is putting the scoop inside of the tool bag. And the scoop is a handling aid.
Steve?
And I'm inboard the Sarge.
Copy, Steve. Let us know when you're on the port seat cart.
Okay.
We are just over 4.5 hours. We are at 4 hours and 33 minutes into the 265th spacewalk out of the International Space Station in support of its assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg and NASA astronaut Steve Bowen began the spacewalk this morning at 8:42 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:42 a.m. Central Time. After they exited the airlock, they released the solar array from its flight support equipment area. They then relocated it to the starboard truss at the 1B power supply.
Estamos aí com 4 horas e 34 minutos de caminhada espacial nesse momento. Estamos aí no horário de Brasília, 2 horas, 14 horas e 17 minutos. O array, o solar, painel solar iROSA, né? Então já está nesse momento instalado e com a abertura feita.
Team here in Houston made the decision for them to go ahead and work ahead on some items in the timeline while they waited for a eclipse, an orbital nighttime.
Então nesse momento está tudo concluído com sucesso aí, né? Com a abertura e instalação do painel solar iROSA e funcionando.
We successfully reached our orbital nighttime, and the team mated the solar array with the space station's power systems. After that, it successfully unfurled.
Então, nesse momento já podemos então concluir.
The flight control team is happy with the deployment of the solar array. The team is still well ahead of schedule and is now completing their additional cleanup activities.
Então, nesse momento eu já vou concluir aqui a nossa transmissão de hoje, né? Então, dizendo que já foi feito, então realizado com sucesso aí a nossa caminhada de número 88, com a instalação concluída do painel solar, iROSA, que foi enviada pela missão de carga CRS 28, no dia 6 de junho. Então, nesse momento, eles só estão organizando as coisas e para retornar aí a estação, no interior da Estação Espacial Internacional. Então, quero agradecer então a audiência de vocês, as inscrições, os likes, os donates. E nos vemos então numa próxima oportunidade. Lembrando que amanhã nós teremos então a partir das 18 horas aí a nossa missão com a Ariane 5, hein? Último voo do Ariane 5. Então não percam. A gente se vê então amanhã e por hora eu fui.